What is up, guys? What is up, guys? Hey, hey, hey. Sorry for the wait. Sorry for the wait. I don't like to go over like 10 minutes on the starting screen, but it happened. What is going on? No, I guess it wasn't 10 minutes, was it? It was 6 minutes. Still too much. Still too much. What's up, Hushy? How's it going? Hey, hey, hey. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I knew the moment that I put that thumbnail there, you were gonna say something. You're gonna either say something. Who did I put in there? Oh, the other one was Riche, huh? Is it Riche? Okay. Yeah, I had your favorite character from rezero in there too. Melee, but I switched it out. I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna say something about that. Cause I put it into Discord, and of course Discord does like the whole squaring. And I was like, there's like something like directly in the center of that. My music's way too loud, isn't it? Sorry about that. Am I on YouTube or stream? Yes, I guess. Yes, I guess. But no, I figured because that squaring, you were probably going to like it. But welcome, welcome. Duhalt, hope you're still here. Did Duhalt just like check in and just leave? Rude. Very, very rude. Hope you're doing well, Duhalt. Thanks for dropping in. Sir, do you know what time it is? Why am I... Yeah, it's 2 for me. Is it not? It's not 2 for you? Are you like one of those people on the other side of the world, underneath it, where like the sun doesn't hit? Oddly enough, you're in a bad place. Sorry, I'm just kidding. I love all my overseas people. John Show is going rezero as S tier. Maybe. I know I'm trolling. Today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Hanako. Hanako, happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday in chat. Everybody say happy birthday in chat. To another year, man. To another year. Thanks for dropping in on your birthday. Hopefully I can bring some excitement to your birthday. I'm a simple man. Yes. Just a simple man with simple tastes. Like armpits. I have to fight for mine today? That's probably the biggest question mark, right? I think a sense of bookworm currently, again, and it's like, at least its first half of, because it's going for 2 cores, right? At least for its first half of this season so far, it's going to be a question mark. It's going to be a massive question mark if it's going to be anywhere up there. Because typically, for me, A Sense of Bookworm is up there. Obviously, it's in my top 10 of anime of all time. I love A Sense of Bookworm so freaking much. And everybody that a lot of people contest that I will be in the DMs with them and tell them you need to be watching this now. So I do love my mind, but I can't. That doesn't mean automatically I'm going to love every single season. There's weak seasons, and I'm willing to admit that. What is sun? Right. Exactly. Yes. Exactly. I won't leave right away this time. We'll appreciate that. It's 5 a.m. under here. That's not that bad. That's not bad. You should be getting up that time. Not me. I am not getting up at 5 a.m. in the morning. My ass is still asleep. Oh, man. HBD? What is HBD? Oh, happy birthday. Okay. Are you from the Midwest? No, I'm from Central. I never seen it. The sun itself, that's sad. It's glorious. But yeah, over the last week, I'm not going to get into the details of it, but like over the last week, I have not been like 100%. It has been like a rough for me. So I have been able to actually get fully caught up on literally everything that I'm going to watch for spring. Now, there is a lot of shows that are obviously still, running for 2 cores, like A Sense of Bookworm, these 3 up here. These are all running for 2 cores. There are some shows that still have a final episode left, but I am figuring I might as well, since next season's going to be extremely busy, I might as well start my tier listing of spring now and get that done, because I'm thinking probably next week we'll do like Best Girl and Best Boys, which I think there's a lot of really fun ones to talk about this season. So I want to get the shows out of the way. So hopefully in one stream we can tackle all the shows, get them tier listed, and that way we can get into doing Best Girls and all that kind of stuff, and I get my top of spring done, and I can be fully ready for the crazy summer season that's right around the corner. So, you're still awake? You stayed up all night? Ugh. Roof, roof. Cough, cough, yeppers. Yes, the sun, I'm a ghost. I'm most of my life is spent at night. Like, I'm a night owl, so I fully 100% like relate to that. Stay away from the sun. It is evil. I have to take vitamins because I'm away from it so much. And the recommendations, only watched 1.5 anime. Well, we can get some in here. We get some in here. Watch Hanako-kun. Yes, 100% agree. 100% agree. Not enough people watch Hanako-kun, and it is a tragedy. Travesty? Tragedy? It's a travesty. It's a travesty. I love Hanako-kun. I'm actually planning on reading it here soon, hopefully. It's on season 2, isn't it? For which one? Hanako-kun? Hanako-kun's on... Yeah, they just got done with part 2 of season 2. Is Smoking Behind the Supermarket with you this season? No, that would be technically summer. Because they only released like half of it early. They did like an early release of it. So they still have like a whole nother half of it to go. Hanako-kun is 2 seasons. Yeah. The shorts are okay. The Hanako-kun After School, those are okay. There's like a couple really funny gags in there, and then there's like one episode that I really like, which was the little sister, and her bringing home one of the little familiars, not the familiars, but the little spirits. That was like the best episode. Like, get to see how massively OP the little sister is. She's like the most powerful exorcist of the entire family, and she's this little kid that just wants to have pizza. She's great. So this Army Maid come out in rezero slot yesterday, but I want to finish the others. I was thinking about getting caught up on the Maid one, but I did not. There's only like 2 shows that I'm like, I kind of want to still finish, but overall, I think I'm pretty happy with what I've finished. Like I said before, like I'm not planning on watching literally everything. Giving everything pretty much about 5 to 6 episodes, so I give them plenty to grab me. And if they don't grab me in 5 and 6 episodes, I'm stopping them. I don't do the 3-episode rule. I don't think 3-episode rule really works anymore. I think it did for the longest time because a lot of anime studios were trying to adapt that first volume hook within like 3 episodes. But I don't think so anymore. I don't think it works out anymore. I think you need like 6 episodes, really. Smoking Manga was so boring. Which one? The supermarket one or the cat one? Because if you're saying the cat one, I'm going to be very sad. I'm extremely excited for the cat chain smoking cat. It looks hilarious. It was so funny because I'm actually seeing a lot of people kind of complain about the chain smoker cat. Now, granted, you guys know me. When it comes to like outrage on social media, I really don't believe any of it anymore. But it's just like seeing people like being upset about it. It's like, it's so funny. It's so funny. Wait a minute, that reminds me. No! Unless you're prescribed for it, yes. The manga is a high recommendation. Oh, the Hanako-kun? Yeah. I have the 2 boxes. So far I have the 2 box sets. I'm hoping the 3rd box set comes out soon. Is there enough for the 3rd box set yet? I think there is, isn't there? Let's go, finally able to catch a string. Welcome! How's it going? Hope you're doing well. I just realized the rest of your name. We were legit talking about earlier, making fun of the fact that somebody doesn't have any sunshine where they live, and now we have "how's it going on such a sunny day" is in the chat on Twitch. Oh, that's so funny. I'm sorry. That's so funny. Anyways. I know Hanako-kun lore like the back of my hand. I need to get you on like Discord or something like that. Somebody to chat about it with. I have Earthly is super into Hanako-kun like I am. So I have him to talk about it with. But I think he's still anime only at the moment. I'm planning on going both here soon. Hopefully at least by the 3rd season coming out, whenever it does come out. I don't think they've even announced it yet. Hopefully by the 3rd season I'll have reread the manga and maybe I can read alongside of it. Because I'm thinking that there's probably some stuff that's not 100% adapted right. I'm outraged by that take. Supermarket anime was fun. And I don't know how many manga is in a box set. 6 question mark? I think it's 6. It's boxed, so I can't really see it from a quick view. I would have to actually open it up, and it's way up on my shelf. There's a ton of content. Yeah, see, that's where I'm like, a binder content? Yeah, I need to. I'm a Taku Spirit on there. I welcome people to message me on Discord. I always say that I'm not... Just be aware that I'm not going to answer immediately in a lot of cases. And that I don't click on anything. Like, even if you're like, hey, man, can you check this? I'm not. Like, legit, I will not click on anything. So. Don't be offended. Don't be offended. It just be how it is for content creators. You can't click on anything, unfortunately. Anyways. That said. What manga am I reading right now? I'm mostly just reading stuff that's currently airing. Like right now I'm doing Which Had a Tellier. Like I read, for a lot of shows I'll read alongside it with the source material, if it's a manga especially. And so like Which Had a Tellier this season I was reading alongside. Something else. Blanking. Something else I read. I did a little bit of Dr. Stone on the side, but not really that much. Maybe that was it. But no, I do eventually want to get back to reading Noragami, which I might do after I finish my Mushoku Tensei read. Oh, Roxy Get Serious. I'm legit doing Roxy Get Serious right now from Monday's Mushoku Monday. There's a manga that I'm reading right now. Yeah, it's one word. I think. I can disable stream mode. Apparently, I disabled the stream mode. Disable. My gosh. Yeah, it's all one word. You're reading Narigami? Yeah, I have to reread it. Like it's been so long since I'm at the end of an arc after the anime ends, which, like I've said before, like I so badly want a new season of Noragami just because of like I want to see the next part adapted because it was so good. Like that whole, for those that know, the trial, that whole sequence was like, ugh. Like it was like my gut was just gut punched the entire time, just like continuous gut punching. So I want to see that adapted, but I read that part, and so it's been a long time since I was waiting for the manga to end, and so now I want to reread the whole thing before I actually read the rest of it. I want to start from the beginning again, read from the beginning again. I watched Lord of Mysteries. Yeah, I watched Season 1 and the special Episode 1. Noragami anime ended at an annoying point. Yeah, and they kind of changed something. Then they changed the interaction with the little... Again, I'm being purposely... I'm going to be purposely, like, obscure here for the sake of spoilers. The little girl, I think they changed the interaction with her, didn't they? Or did they not even... They had her in the anime. Yeah, they had her in the anime. I think they changed the interaction, though, if I remember correctly. Not that it matters. They could, it's not like it's going to keep them from making another season. I hope the anime comes back to, yeah. With a lot of stuff right now getting sequels, I'm hoping at least Noragami is looked at. I don't know who was originally on the production team for that one, if they just didn't see a value in it. She was in the anime, yeah. I seem to remember the interaction was different, though. Because I know she had to look at her, and there was... I think she got the hint from her what to do with Yato. I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've watched the anime, too, so... I really, really want No Game, No Life. It's not going to happen. Stop. 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 It's never going to happen. We always have to have one of those in the chat. No, it's not going to happen. Give up on No Game, No Life. The moment that you give up on it is the moment that it happens. You all have to stop wanting it and say that you don't want it. Say, you know what? Never mind. It would be really bad if they did another season. Because it's probably going to look horrible, right? Just admit that it's probably going to be a really horrible season that's going to visually look horrible. Like, they're probably going to CGI the whole thing. Just don't. You don't want season 2. See? It works. It works. Trust me. Or I have to make a video that's requesting it. Because typically whenever I do videos on, like, or live streams where I talk about what needs to have a sequel, it happens. I'm pretty damn good at it. I have a good track record. Different, but it was still good. I'm excited for the Promised Neverland Brotherhood. I doubt that's going to happen. That's for sure not going to happen. Yeah, Vera will probably get a low rating. Yeah, and it'd probably just be too controversial. They don't even bother with it. Like season 2 would get a Ruby treat. Yes, exactly. It would be like the new season of Ruby. They'll just do that. It's gonna just be like the anime was it Shaft that did that? Shaft that did that? Yeah, it'll be them. Like half of it's CGI, garbage looking. The first episode's the only good episode. The story sucks. That's true. I finally gave up on Wolf Among Us game ever after years. I'm finally getting a sequel. That was a long wait. They already announced it is happening. Yeah. But no, just to get people fully in the know about how these tier lists work, for those that are new here, I'm not going to tier list everything because I have dropped quite a bit of stuff. I'll just make a little drop thing right here. Drop. I'll drop it'll carry right here. Take that what you will. I'll probably give different reasons for dropping. Some's going to be the case where it sucks and I hate it. I don't like the show, and so that's the reason I dropped it. There could be cases where I just didn't have time for it. So it's going to be different for every single show. These are all rated and tiered within the season itself. So even if I put something in S tier, that does not mean that it's S tier of my overall anime of all time. It's just S tier within the season itself. So again, take that as you will. In some cases, I'll probably announce that it's going to be a show that I would think is going to be something that is, you know, S tier overall, but I think for the most part it's going to be season only. Again, some shows still have a single episode going for them to finish them out. Some of them are carrying on in the next season, so keep that in mind as well. Like here, Marriage Toxin's got one more episode. Another one that I'm really into that's getting another episode is Agents of the Four Seasons. But most of the shows are completed, so I'm pretty comfortable with completing them out. Yeah, it looks like Kamina Bolton has got one more episode, so that said, we'll start. Otaku AI. When I get to replace myself with AI and don't have to work anymore, that's great. Watching episode 1, it was a good, then CGI started. Episode 1 of Ruby was good. That was legitimately a good episode. I enjoyed it. Oh my god, on the list in less than an hour. Who are you really? I always go based on the chat itself. If I get caught up with chat, I'll move on. But I'll get stuck in the chat again, don't worry. I think I want S+ for a certain anime. We'll see. Is this tier list for the latest episode or for the whole season? The whole season. The whole of it. Every bit of it. What have you done with Andrew? He never does a list fast after booting on the stream. Blame the chat. Hey, blame the chat. If you want me to talk more, blame the chat. I did not watch... Was it Dandelion? I did not watch that. Did it even come out? It did, didn't it? I think it did. I didn't hear anybody talk about it, so I don't think I knew that it came out. Did anybody watch Dandelion? There's right there. Yeah, 7 episodes aired on the nobody legit talked about it. Did anybody watch it? I'll snoop it. I'll snoop it sometime this week, probably. If anything's important, I'll talk about it next week. I don't know what it is. It's from the creator of... Who was it? Who was the creator? It was not Kuroko no Basket, is it? It was somebody prolific in the industry. That's why I wanted to watch it. Oh, Gintama. That's right, Gintama. Duh. I should have known by the picture. I should have known by the picture. I'll check it out sometime this week, but anyways. Let's start off with the bigger one then. Let's talk about the Big Bang. Which had to tell you, just for the last episode alone, C tier. I'm gonna put it in C tier because that ending sucks. The cliffhanger last episode sucks. Put it in a C tier. I put a D tier if I didn't rename it as drop. Screw that stupid show and its crappy last episode. Finished the video and now I'm here. Well, welcome. I know, right? It was funny because it's legit one of those, I watched the episode and I'm like, I can't wait till next week. Like, I legit was like, I can't wait till next week. And then as I was getting ready to do my video recording, it just clicked. I'm like, oh wait, but that's it. That's the last episode. It's a good episode, yes. It's one of the best episodes, but it's like, that ending sucks. Because the episode itself sort of does give a weight to a situation a lot more than typically the show does. Not that I'm 100% sure the writer will hold to a lot of that stuff. But it's got a potential of being, opening up the door to there being weight and a dark feel of the show that's so far just been teased. Next week is a long time coming. Yeah, we're talking probably 2 or 3 years from now. We can probably get the next episode. Yeah, if they never had a season 2, that would be crazy. I don't think that's the case. I'm 100% sure, 99% sure they're gonna have a season 2. I don't see there being a world where they don't have a season 2 of this because it's very beloved. It's getting a lot of good ratings. Even in Japan, domestically in Japan, it is doing very, very well. It's topping a lot of charts over there. People are loving it. But the problem is that it's going to be a wait. There's no doubt there's going to be at least a 2-year wait before we get another season of it. And that sucks for where they left it. Yeah, years from now. Years. Literally years. And unless they come out talking about, because we know based on the fact that they delayed it, that they were working into fall last year, finishing it. Because it was originally supposed to air in fall, right? Fall of 2025. And they delayed it until now, to spring. So that tells me that they weren't going to have it done by fall, and so they were working into fall. So that tells me that unless they had another team working on season 2 already, which is I highly doubt, that means, because why would you have another team working on season 2 when you can easily pull their resources over to finish season 1? So if they just finished then they would maybe start working on production of season 2. And with the quality they have in this one, I think they've said that before that it was like a couple, maybe like 3 years that was in production. At least 2 years. At least 2 years. Unless the quality comes down a lot, they could pull like a Furin where it's still really good looking, but it's not as amazing as season 1, and then they won't need as much time. But damn, that would be heartbreaking, right? 10-year wait? No. Yeah, got pushed back 6 months. Maybe they have more episodes, but not a whole season. It could be, again, because technically different people work on different things. So you can have a lot of assets already built for season 2 by certain people, just not everything. I would assume though that most of the holdup was probably animation, and that's a big chunk of the work. It's a massive chunk of the work. Maybe they're working on 25 episodes instead of 13. I mean, you're not. I can't say you're wrong. Like, I can see they could have been planning on a 2-core run. With the delays, they settled on a single core. There's a possibility. You're not. I would assume that something like that would get leaked by now. But I mean, you could be right. So they said, look at this, yeah. Pull a One Punch Man. No, stop cursing it. Stop cursing it. There's a big difference. The production team loves Which Had to Tell You. The production team for One Punch Man does not love that property. Well, they don't. It's not that they don't love One Punch Man property. It's just that for the most part, they're okay with the quality. It's a gag manga. They don't care about crazy animation. I think they just did the crazy animation to sell it to a wider audience. Surely fashion, Dodo, hey Dodo. We don't talk about that here. I prefer them to keep the quality of where it's at. Yeah. If they, yeah, take your time. 100%. Just like Farron, take your time. Which I tell you, anime was announced in 2022, and in 2024 it was slated for 2025. So it got delayed. Curses it. Stop. But no, all seriousness, I don't like the ending. I really do hate that. And if they don't get a season 2, I will be looking back. If like, in say 2 years from now, they've still yet to announce another season, I'd probably bring my rating down even more until it announces season 2, because it as a singular anime right now is not, it's not complete. It's not satisfying in the end. It's just a really bad stopping point. But like, with the idea that it could get a season 2, I'm like an S minus A plus. Like, this was easily one of the most entertaining shows to watch on a weekly basis, but it's one of those ones where, like, if I think of Witch Hat Atelier from, like, a pillar standpoint, where you have, like, here's characters, here's, like, the overall plot line in the world, here is, like, the production qualities, like, everything is, like, very heavily weighted on one side. Like, it's a visually stunning show. The animation is amazing. The set pieces, the music ramp-up points, everything. Just that shot with the dragon. The dragon still is in my brain. Like, him just, like, shooting up in the air and just busting out the spell, and then this massive dragon just comes down and drowns the other dragon. It is still easily, like, one of the most incredible, like, the goosebumps that you get from watching it. It's that good. And there's a lot of points in the season that were like that. Just these incredible set pieces that were just stunning. It did such a great job. The team did such a great job with what they created. But that doesn't sell me on a show. You can look great, but it doesn't. That it's cool, but it's not something I'm gonna come back to on a regular basis and think about. So I had to have like something else, like characters, chemistry, story. The world building so far is good. I like the mechanics of the spells, you know, the circles. There's actually, looks like they have some thought put into the actual spell creation, like it's a code in itself that I do like so far. I'm actually thinking about more deep diving into the manga just to see as it progresses if it's something they're actually going to. It's not something that's an afterthought. Like, later on, you're not going to run into inconsistency without works, you know? Oh, that wouldn't work because technically they already covered in the first volume that does this. Something like that. So far, the world building and everything, I think, is solid. I'm intrigued by the world, the witches, you know, keeping the spells under wraps, the erasure of this history of this forbidden magic, and technically the extremely upsides of magic, like healing. Like, why would you keep healing from the masses? People technically could heal diseases, but they're keeping it from people. So there's got to be, like, a deeper lore of this that I think is going to be interesting if it gets into it. My only problem with the show so far is I haven't been too impressed with the character stories. Kiefer's the only one that's decently interesting, but everybody else's backstories have been very shrug. Like, I love Riche. I think she's absolutely just, you know, this brat kid that's just, you know, wants to be by herself, do magic her own way, and don't get in my way kind of person. But, like, her backstory is, my brother said that he likes my magic, so I don't want to change. And then you have Agate. Agate got shunned by her family for not being good enough, so she wants to be good. Like, they're not very interesting character stories. Even Coco herself, mom got frozen. I gotta get that. I gotta get this spell to undo it. They're not very intriguing stories so far, and I'm not sure the writer is gonna actually get very deep with the characters so far. Yeah, Brush Buddy I think has the most character development so far. Brush Buddy's got the most character development so far. I don't mean to sound too negative here. It's not like I expect, you know, insane deep writing from, you know, one core of anime, but they're not really providing me too much. So now, what can I say for a single core? I'm between S- and A+. I'm gonna put it in S for now. I might bump it down depending on what all gets into S tier, which I know I have one that's gonna be an S tier, but I think compared to everything else this season, it is easily way better than a lot of stuff this season. Of course, production is amazing, yeah. Yeah, the show to entertain the masses, but we know it's a show as a Nest show is the Nest show this season. My brain's not reading that right. My favorite Brush Buddy supremacy. They should get one for everyone. Not gonna lie. Oh, Brush Buddy for everyone. So if we get time travel stuff, it is better. If they get time travel in that, I don't know. I don't know if I would trust the writer with time travel. I rarely trust time travel with most writers. Definitely S tier. Please do Miss Kenan to know if it's worth watching. Is the concept good or just showing bodies? Where is Kanan? Miss Kanan is devilishly easy. Mistress Kanan is devilishly easy. I think Miss Kanan's like a solid B. For this season, I think Miss Kanan's a solid B. Now, I think for like a really strong season, like if it was like in summer of 2025, I would probably put it in like a C category. But I think for this season, it was probably one of the better shows. There's another show that's better than it when it comes to the ecchi that I enjoyed a lot more, but Miss Kanan was fun. I enjoyed it for the most part. I look for the characters, interesting characters, so something like Dungeon Meshi and ReZero are a lot more interesting to me. Yeah, I didn't really get too much with the characters in Dungeon Meshi besides like the sister and oh my gosh, the elf name. I love the elf and I forget her name. Most of them I didn't care much for though. How to test Andrew's reading comprehension test. Nest best rest and rest. What? The best time travel story is Back to the Future. Yeah. I don't know. I seem to remember there was some inconsistencies there too, but they did a good job. Honestly, if you like romance, yeah, it's worth it. I imagine they might expand on their backstories in the future chapters, but I don't know when they'll be adapting. Also, Richet's former teacher and when your current teacher isn't as... Yeah. I thought for a moment that was the same person. I kept... Every single time he popped up, I was double checking it, but I'm like, they look so similar, but they have different hairstyles and stuff like that. And they could be, like maybe a brother. But she didn't say anything when she's seen him. She would have said something if she's seen him. Like, she was literally in front of the guy. Those were D's. Marcel, yeah, Marcel, thank you. I like my chicken sister, though. Is any of the Attack on Titan considered time travel? Yeah, technically. There's an influencing of time. Go ahead and S tier Ramparts of Ice so I can make dinner. We'll see. Anyways, Canon, it's one of those ones where, like, I think for the most part, I had a lot of really good laughs out of it. It's kind of one of those raunchy for the sake of being raunchy, and I do appreciate it for that. I think the weak point really is that the humor didn't always hit for me. I think that for a while it got kind of samey. Early on, I really enjoyed it, especially like some of the gags, like the sweat smelling gag, stuff like that. I think a lot of the moments in Hell was where it kind of fell off a little bit for me, which is really shocking because I was really looking forward to that segment. Like, I was really looking forward to the moment that we meet all the sisters, and honestly, I was surprised how much the mother kind of steals the show. It reminds me a lot of... What was it? Brain thinking... the Uzaki-chan. Was it Uzaki-chan? There was one show where it had like the mother was convinced the guy liked her. It kind of reminds me of that. I mean, it is literally that. But it was surprising how much the mother stole the show once they went to hell, and I was really expecting to enjoy the other sisters more. I really hated I forget what her name is. The one that was doing the live streaming. I really didn't like her character. Just that archetype I did not like. But yeah, it was a good show overall. Now, if you want a good ecchi show from this season, my recommendation would be Yaoi Yaoi Sensei. This was loads better. Loads better. I think they did a better job with Yaoi Yaoi Sensei in, like, I guess, changing things up. So remind me of 2010's rom-com. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It definitely kind of fits that bill. The meeting, meeting the entire family. Each one of them has their own archetypes. It kind of gets in the element where everybody kind of falls in love with the dude, even though there's really not much to his character. It's like, why is everybody suddenly, like, so thirsty for this dude? It doesn't make any sense. Actually, technically, with Kenan-san, it's the family's in love with her. Like, she's legit the harem. Everybody's in love with her. There's insinuation that everybody would be fine with the male guy, the human, but for the most part, everybody just wants Kenan, and he's kind of with it. Except for the mom. The mom's obsessed with him. Can we switch next two? Because the romance is actually good. Second best girl anime. Switch the next two. These two? We'll get to it really quickly. But yeah, Yaoi Yaoi Sensei I actually really did love the most. Yeah, Discord link's been broken for a while. It's been closed for a while. I might open up here soon, but it's been closed for a while. Yaoi Yaoi Sensei I loved because Yaoi Yaoi Sensei. The teacher in this series was pure gold. One, she's hot, obviously, but like I like her personality and the fact that she's the ditzy, trying really hard to be good and do good, but then because comedy with no freaking barriers, we're getting into the element of her being so oblivious to the fact that she's doing the most inappropriate crap with her students. And it just does it. Like, it just does it. It's the embodiment of this is something that you can really only enjoy in an animated format because it is that inappropriate. Because one of my favorite bits was that they include this character that's from the photography club, and they start having a contest between two of the members, and one of them gets like a really good shot of her in a swimsuit, and the other one manages to get her nothing on, and something that she was eating at the time spilling all over her, and it's just the most inappropriate shot ever. And as they're trying to figure out who won in the end, they're arguing over who wins before the teacher just yells, "I didn't get naked so that you can argue over me." And the guy's like, that is a statement of the century right there. And the teacher yelling that she didn't get stripped down naked for them just to argue. It's just the funniest crap. No, there's nothing MILF about it. Like, there's nobody that's a mother there. But yeah, the sister is hilarious. The sister is constantly, like, using her doting mother instincts to brainwash the teacher into thinking that every situation is perfectly natural. It's perfectly natural that you bathe with your student. That kind of crap. Again, I love the sheer lack of filters that the series has, how hot the teacher is, and just the crazy stuff it gets into. There's so many WTF moments in it. Going back to Kenan, I think besides like some moments like the smelling scene and stuff like that, for the most part, they're kind of your standard ecchi harem type of situations. Whereas I felt like Yaoi Yaoi Sensei did more new things that I'm not used to seeing in a lot of these shows. So it was a lot more enjoyable. Plus, the seiyuu for the teacher is like, she's phenomenal at like panic. It's Mahiro. Yeah, Mahiro, like, she's incredible at like flustered takes. So Andrew's into I'm into hot teachers. I'm into Yaoi Sensei. I'm into this sensei. No, I've never actually been in the MILF stuff. I thought you were talking about the character. She is mother if she steps on your neck. What? What? Am I missing a reference there? anyways. Yeah, I think easily this is one of a treat for me this season. I really enjoyed it. Which again, I was shocked because I was actually thinking Count would be my favorite of the season. Roxy as a teacher, yes. We're finding out a pattern here. We have 2 teachers, so thus we have a pattern. We have 2 teachers, so we have a pattern. Do I like mother characters? I mean, I've had some characters that are mothers that I really do like. But it's not like I have like an attraction. I'm not like a MILFer. Yes, I missed a reference. Good. Probably a good thing that I don't have it. I'm deeply allergic to ecchi and battle shonen, so skip this one. The only ecchi harem show I like was 100 Girlfriends, so excited for it coming back. Nice. The Southpaw show, I dropped it. And I was told that, like, oh, watch the next episode because they're finally doing this thing. And I'm like, you know what? No. It's one of those cases where, like, I'm this far into it and it's not interesting me. I don't care if even it does something great in the next episode. Like, if I dropped it here and the next episode it does something great, you've already wasted so much of my time. I don't want to continue. Like, it was... When it started getting to him working and stuff like that, I tried, but it was like, God, this is so obnoxiously boring. Like, I could care. There's these characters, I don't even care. I don't even care. I saw a post on Reddit mentioning how the sister and Hahari from 100 Girlfriends would get along. Oh, yeah, 100%. It's cute how Yaoi Sensei refers to her feelings of love for the protagonist as mommies. Yeah, at some point she comes over and she has to figure it out. And he's like, crap, is she realizing what this is? And it just goes this big long thing about like, here, do this. Here, now sleep with me in the bed. Okay, I figured it out. It's dork. It's so dork. Ramesh, what's going on? Welcome to stream. Let's see. The second best girl of my class I'm hanging out with. I'm like in between a B and a C. Like, it's a B minus C plus. I enjoyed the show a lot more than I thought I would. But at the same time, I wasn't really that surprised by the writing. Like, I think it's a solid concept. Early on, what I really liked about the show is it's the element of the guy getting with the second best girl in class. And it really does get into the mindset of the girl and how that messes with her a lot. That everybody sees her as sort of a stepping stone for the best. And, like, what does that do to somebody and their self-confidence? I like that element. Then the rest of the series really gets into him and his insecurities about love. It really did feel a little bit jarring to me personally how it transitioned that, because it went from like, okay, this is a really cool concept about, again, second best girl, and then it just out of nowhere, boom, by the way, he's traumatized, and I'm like, oh wait, so he has character? Like, before then, like, I never got a sense that there was anything to his character. Like, he felt like a very self-insert male character, and then out of nowhere it's like, oh yeah, by the way, he has trauma. And I'm like, wait, when do we establish that he's ever been hesitant about anything? Now suddenly I'm supposed to believe that he has like some deep-rooted trauma about love? It felt like it transitioned way too out of nowhere for me. Maybe I missed some clues. But it's a solid romance. Like, I feel like some of it is a little bit out of pace, especially like the later moments with him trying to fix some stuff around his parents. There was one outburst scene that felt really off. Like, it goes from him crying his eyes out to suddenly everybody's standing around him smiling, and he grabs the girl by the hand and goes, "This is my life now." And I'm like, wait, what? Wait, now everybody's happy? He just cried his eyes out? He just basically, like, addressed, 10 years of trauma, and we're just all gonna, like, shrug and move on with our life? It's great. It feels off at times, for sure. I didn't drop it, just kind of wandered off. I'm not judging you, Andrew, is because I am behind on stream. Oh, I gotcha. Be at least. Find an EU-friendly stream. Well, I try to transition back and forth between late evening and early. Because I know there's a lot of people that actually work. like, work in the United States around this time. So I want to, like, try to help out multiple people be able to enjoy the stream. Frockington, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it fell off from multiple instances, I think. I think the more that I think about it, I think C is comfortable. I almost want to add a D, that way people understand that it's not like the bottom of the barrel. But it's got its problems, and I don't think it's like the best writing ever. We are shown because of her mother and other clues. Again, maybe I just missed some. Maybe I missed the signals. But a sentence of bookworm. We talked about this when the stream started. Sentence of a bookworm is going to be a struggle for me. Like I've said it before, a sentence of bookworm technically is up there as one of my favorite anime of all time. I bought the entire novel series looking extremely excited for the day that I can start reading it. I've enjoyed every season of it so far, but this season has not been great. And I'm still enjoying it, and I'm still covering it on a weekly basis, but I'm still willing to admit when it's not its best. Is the novel finished? Yes, it's finished. I think it's like, what, was it 28? I think it's 28 volumes, question mark? 27? Or is it 30s? I forget. It's up there. I can't see it from here because my lights are like really right there. I can't see what the numbers are. Is this his bias show? No, I'm literally showing why I can be unbiased because it's not going to be S tier. I'm just going to come out and say that it's not going to be S tier. I like what Wit Studio did with the quality mostly, but some of the stuff started falling off around episode 10. It has not been good. It is not Wit Studio quality. And again, I admitted I didn't think it was going to be. Can't wait for Mind Mondays. I can't wait either. I'm looking forward to it. I think Wit taking over the animation has improved. I don't think so. I think people give the old studio a lot of bad rep, and I think they did really good for what they had. I think I can probably give you side-by-side shots where the last studio did a lot better. Didn't Wit do animation for what... They've done some for Spy Family, yeah. I mean, the Attack on Titan studio, they're doing the new One Piece. I just don't think they have much budget. I think they're given very little budget. I wish they kept with the Mind Chibi moments during the episodes like the last season. That's true. They did remove a lot of that stuff. Now it's just mainly kept to the joke bits at the end. Yeah, Wit's got a lot of projects going on. I mean, it's not to bot. Let's not say it's like to bot levels, but it's definitely not Wit Studio quality. And again, I kind of expected that. But yeah, I do adore this franchise. I still think, even despite it not having like great gripping moments, it's still like every week I enjoy watching Mine be a dork and handle situations in her own way. I just don't think it's like an incredible season so far. It's a lot of introductions of new characters and just kind of setting up plot devices. Like, it's just like, so far, like, it has been an entire season of setup. Now, yes, technically, we had the concert, which was finally, executing on that setup. But, like, for the most part, it's been a lot of setup and not a lot of, like, not enough, like, rewarding moments. I cried a bunch early on, though. Like, early on, just, like, crying every 2 seconds because she's separated from her family. Even though there's not, like, enough build-up for those moments, it still gets me. Even though it's only been, like, literally 2 episodes worth of time, even though we're like jumping forward in time like crazy in the actual story. Like we literally see them last episode, but I'm still gonna cry. I mean, this arc is supposed to be slow anyway, right? Well, no, see, that's the thing. Like, I watched Frieren. Frieren's slow as hell. But Frieren's interesting. It's got visual spectacles happening at the same time. It's, portraying emotion through music or, character expression. This one's just kind of, okay, then we did this. Then we did this. Then we did this. Then we went here. Then we went here. Then we went here. Then we did this. Then we did this. It's not enough, like, watching them do things. It's a lot of saying what they're doing. And that's like similar to like Tensura for the longest time for that last season was like, then we talked about this, then we talked about this, then we talked about this. Kind of odd they don't get more budget with the IPs they have. That's true. Again, because like Ascendance of Bookworm, the book especially, is very popular in Japan. That's why I assumed they at least went to Wit. But I think they went to Wit not with a bigger budget. They just went to Wit because Wit was available. Yeah, mid-episode chibis are missing. The new chibi style is less charming. And I think they're missing because they're not doing enough explaining. I think their art, with the previous season, wasn't a lot of the chibi stuff. Wasn't it, like, explaining stuff? I don't feel like they're explaining enough stuff anymore. That Fabies, though. I mean, they look fine. Can you afford to go down the MAPPA route and do solo stuff like production committees? I don't know. Isn't Wit Studio owned by Aniplex? Question mark. Who was Wit Studio owned by? My mind's blanking on who owns them. IG? Oh, they're in partnership with Production IG under IG Port. I thought there was somebody else that was above them. I mean, that all depends on how much their parent company really does want to invest in this stuff. I think they could, technically. It's a gamble, though. It's one of those things where it's like there's a lot of companies that can do it. It's just a gamble that you want to do. MAPPA decided to take the gamble, and it served them. They thankfully took the gamble and they made their money back. Again, as much as people want to claim that they didn't make that much money for Chainsaw Man, they made their money back. They made a lot of money with Chainsaw Man. They didn't make as much as they wanted to, but they made their money back plus some. Otherwise, they wouldn't be investing in it again. It's just a gamble again. Yes, but Season 2 had a pretty fair steep pop. Yeah, there was. I'm not saying that it was incredible looking, that's for sure. I do wish there was more anime-only original stories. Again, gamble. It's the sad reality. Like, every season, and I talk about a lot of them here, but there's a lot of seasons where they just don't do well. Like, look at the top rating animes in every season. These are all, like, source material. These all have source material. Which one was a good original last season? Do we have any good originals last season? Summer's the best example I think I have. I think it was Summer, right? Like, my best example recently was probably Apocalypse Hotel. Apocalypse Hotel was an incredible original series, but nobody watched it, unfortunately. Despite me, chiming it, there was a lot of big anti-tubers that were chiming it. Even in Japan, it wasn't even that, like, massively received. A lot of people acknowledged it. It got a lot of recognition from certain groups. But like award shows, but it wasn't like well received by the public. So while those originals are beloved by a lot of people, including myself, they don't make money. There's a desire for pre-established franchises that have that pre-established hype. The book for Bookworm is special? Too much, and then this happened instead of, but however, creating something interesting. Lifelessness seems a bit missing. The pacing seems to be becoming slowly better. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting. Did not sell well, yeah. Made enough money for a season 2. Yeah, Chainsaw Man, yeah. And yeah, the Chainsaw Man movie made them a lot. That was very successful for them. Which is good. Yeah, no built-in fan base. Nobody to kind of chime for them, get the word out. And then you have, I think more so than ever, with like how much shows are coming out in a season, it's hard to really stand out. Like, I think back in like the 90s, you could have an original anime and there was like, you know, within a span of 3 months, there wasn't much to watch. But now that you have so much stuff coming out that have pre-established fan bases, it's easier for all these other ones to catch some sort of traction versus an original. How does an original stand out amongst all this stuff that have pre-established fan bases? It's getting more and more difficult. It's probably because you finished it and that's it. Even Orb did not perform well. Well, Orb wasn't original. Orb was based off of source material. But yes, it's very not your norm. Orb has a pre-established fan base and was very unique and still didn't stand out. Too many options, yeah. Code Geass was an OG and made shit tons of money. It's all up to promotion. Yeah, but let's see. This was its like competition. You had Black Lagoon, you had Death Note. The rest of these are mostly movies. Nejima was out during that time. There wasn't much competition. Code Geass didn't have much competition. There's a lot of good stuff here, but a lot of it's movies and whatnot. It wasn't like, again, these days where you have like crap tons of show. Pumpkin Scissors. What kind of competition is Pumpkin Scissors? I mean, Pumpkin Scissors was okay. It's mostly like Negima and stuff like that. Fist of the Blue Sky. Damn. Anyways. But there was a lot of hype up for Code Geass that I remember. I wish they finished older anime that didn't have sequels. The ones with season 2 as well, especially the ones from light novels. They're kind of doing that. They're kind of doing that right now. Absolute Duo, for example. There's a lot of them that I think deserve it, but I think there's a lot of that don't. But I think they're doing a pretty good job so far of kind of going back and going, yeah, this needs a new /remake / full adaptation. Like, I still this day was very shocked to see Spice and Wolf finally get it done. Even though we don't really have an idea when season 2 is coming out, it's been quite a while. What is going on with season 2 of that one? They announced it, or they kind of just was like, yeah, it's happening, and then crickets. What about Girls Band Cry? I mean, Girls Band Cry did decently well. They developed a fandom. Dorohedoro, the show that ended like 2 months ago. I think even when we did our last tier list, I think it was already over, if I remember correctly. Another one that has a really crappy ending. This is the season of crappy endings. What else had it? Dorohedoro has a crappy ending. Hold on. What else? There was one other show that has a crappy ending. Which one was it? Maybe that was it. Maybe it was just Dorohedoro that I was thinking of. I thought there was one other one that has a really crappy ending. What was the senpai for? Was it Tickle? Tickler Bungus, thank you for the follow. I hope I would never have to say your name ever again. I'm joking. Tickler Bungus. I hope that's not some like derogatory term for somebody. Yeah, so I think, oh, it was Agents of the Four Seasons. Agents of the Four Seasons. So Agents of the Four Season, no, Agents of the Four Season has one more episode. Never mind. Agents has one more episode, right? Because it's 14, isn't it? I think Agents is like a weird release. Agents of the Four Seasons. Yeah, it has one more episode. Okay, never mind. If that was the last episode for Agents, that would add that to the freaking list. But Dodo Hey Dodo for sure has a effed up last episode. But again, that's par for the course for Dodo Hey Dodo. Spice Mode Season 2 is coming out as a bonus with GTA 6. Shut up. Shut up. I need that substitute for light normal source material. No, I don't. Yeah, I would take Testament Sister New Devil. Shiba Fell Night, I would take a sequel of too. There's I kind of want. Was it Black Bullet? I would kind of like more Black Bullet just because I found like the overall world to be very, very fascinating. You know, putting aside like the whole like killing lollies type of thing. I have to look back. I think I've done I almost want to go back and look at what is sort of not amazing shows that I think could possibly use another season. Like, there's a potential there. Par for the core, yes. On the Spice Wolf Remake Season 2, it had a small production update in the past year, and at least... Yeah, question. I mean, as long as it's happening, I'm fine. Take your time kind of thing. I think it ended well as a manga reader. Which one? Dodo Hey Dodo? All you need to do is pay $200 for the bundle package. Lol. No one kills lollies. That was kind of dark with that one. Like, it's like an anti-lolly show because of how dark it is with the characters. It's sort of a cliffhanger. Testament Sister New Devil becomes literal hentai after, from what I've heard. Really? I thought that was kind of holding back to begin with, so. Anyways, Dodo Hey Dodo, aside from my frustrations over where it ends at, which, again, to be honest, with Dodo Hey Dodo, the way that it's structured, whenever something really bad happens, I never really expect it to be kind of something they stick to, just because they've left up... People get butchered left and right in that show, and they just... The next scene, they're fine. With magic in that world, nothing that is butchering happening in that show really is something I feel is something that's going to be held to. I like the season overall. I really did. I appreciate the fact that despite my thoughts in the first season that I didn't really care about, Kaiman or anybody on that side of the story, I more cared about, the mages on the other side and all the stuff they were doing. Despite them being my appeal and this season shifting away from it, I still really enjoyed it because obviously finally getting to Kaiman, getting to all their backstories, and finally including them in the story was interesting. I'm kind of mixed on the direction it's going currently, and I'm still kind of confused as to what the hell they're doing with the story, but I still really enjoy it. It's always just... The writer is really, really weird. The writer is one of those ones where I'm concerned for their mental health because of how weird their storytelling is and how graphically horrific they portray things, but I keep coming back for more. You can excuse it, but you draw a line at death. Gosh damn it, shut up. I still have no clue about how MAPPA is producing so many shows all at the same time. They have several teams, different production lines. People flock to them. I'm assuming they pay really well. I think I've heard before they pay very well, despite the fact that people get work to death through them. They get paid very well. Higurashi is getting another anime. Yeah, yeah. Hey, the new designs for the anime. For Dorohedoro? Or Higurashi? I'm guessing you're talking about Higurashi. Do you want us the season was height for Dorohedoro? Sister Devil needs another season. I don't care. Sort of comes with it. If you have harem family of girls loving you, have to love them. Yeah, I mean, of course. You gotta give him love. Let me just, Dorohedoro is just unfolding, Andrew. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like there's parts of me that I'm pretty sure I'm following what they're doing with the story, but at times, let me just say this: Dorohedoro is one of those series where, as things are unfolding and they're starting to reveal, like, you know, the true identity of Kaimon and stuff like that, I think that I know what's happening, and then for the next scene to open up with something else kind of happening that doesn't make sense to my original theory, and so I'm like, okay, maybe I don't understand what's going on. It's one of those shows where I'm like, okay, I thought I understood what was going on, but now I don't think I understand what's going on. Mappa can easily do it over by overworking. I don't know. I've always been the mindset that I think every studio is overworking people. Animation in general, it's just not a healthy environment. If it was only Mappa doing it, then nobody would care because they would just avoid Mappa. I just think it's more of a fact of I think Mappa is taking a lot of workers, and it's because they pay better. Like, you can hate them for all you want, but I think it's because they pay better. People keep going to them. Otherwise, nobody would go to them. If everybody was overworking, but Mappa was paying more, they would go to him. But if they weren't paying better, then nobody would ever go to them. So it's like this give and take. People choose to keep going to Mappa for a reason. But again, I always understand that Mappa, there's a lot of hate behind them just because they have such big and prolific shows. Like, if they didn't have very well-known properties, nobody would care. Nobody would care about the animators. Not that it's right, by the way. Obviously not, because that doesn't make it right. It's like a train wreck. You just keep watching and unfolding like a battle wreck. I mean, yes, exactly. Dorohedoro started in 2000 and finished in 2018, so she's had a lot of time to make that art. Nice. I didn't know it was actually over with already. How many more seasons is it going to take? Am I watching the World Cup? No. I don't watch normie stuff, unfortunately. I'm joking. Andrew's a chair that's hidden by the human puppet. Andrew is a chair that's hidden by... Okay. Stupid. You have me double take that. I like the anime, but still recommend the manga as well. Yeah. The art in the manga is really good, isn't it? I wonder if they will ever do full Berserk adaptation. Probably not. I don't think the production team... I think anybody that's willing to put money towards a anime for Berserk doesn't want to put that much budget into it. That's the only reason why we had such a horrible adaptation last time. Yeah, it's like the One Punch Man situation. I don't think many of them, even like domestically, a lot of the voices they were hearing, they didn't care. They didn't care about how One Punch Man looked. And so, yeah, same with Berserk, they probably just didn't care. They're like, oh, this looks fine. This is fine. As long as I'm getting the story, I don't care how this looks. Agents of the Four Seasons. Again, technically, we have one more episode. I don't think that one more episode is really going to change my mind on the show overall. I like Agents of the Fourth Season, but at the same time, I also find a lot of it to be kind of repetitive. It sort of has a shtick, and it keeps doing that shtick over and over again, that I find myself feeling that it's... What's the best way to put this? I don't know. It feels like I'm stupid or something. Like at some point I realize you're kind of doing the same thing to emotionally grab me, which is not a bad thing. Best way to describe it. Best way to describe my feelings on Agents of the Four Seasons. For people that have watched A Place Further in the Universe, that's the best example that I can give for Agents of the Four Seasons. It is every episode is an emotional buildup that you know is coming, and it kind of is emotionally manipulating you with the music and the emotion of the characters. But at the same time, when I look back on it, I don't feel like they deserve that emotional attachment. Like it's good and it's emotional, but I don't think they deserve it most of the time because it's not doing enough. I couldn't get invested in the characters and agents. I kept getting distracted by the world and didn't make sense. I 100% agree, Greg. Grego, I 100% agree because that's a lot of my struggle for the show. Agents of the Fourth Season has a big problem with not having a very logical world. Like, you have literally people that are bestowed powers from the gods themselves, but the government can't keep them protected. Like, you have drug smugglers have more resources than the government that should be protecting these individuals that are blessed by the gods that can literally control weather. Why would not the entire country be protecting these individuals? Like, why is it being given to villages? Like, why is this not controlled by the government? Why would random... It is, yeah. Maybe they get into more of it later on. It is mind-boggling that drug smugglers have more control over these kids than anybody else. Or more ability to grab these kids than anybody else. But no, my problem that I was getting into earlier is that, like, I like, like, Hinagaku's backstory. I think it's absolutely screwed up. Like, everything around Hinagaku is horrific. Everything around that girl is extremely horrific. But, like, everybody else, I didn't really feel too much. Like, I felt like it's like, okay, here's the two sisters, and one really wants to get away from this responsibility while the other one is, tied down by it. And there's a little bit of, like, selfish desires for the individuals to get away. That was an okay story. And then you get into, Autumn and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of, like, repeating of self-sacrifice and tragedy of life that keeps repeating over and over again that doesn't have much to chew on while still being extremely tragic, if that makes sense. Like, I feel the emotion, the music hits me. I feel like I want to encourage these individuals to protect each other, but at the same time, I also acknowledge that it's just a bunch of self-sacrifice. Like, the whole segment of showing the lead up to Hinagaku getting captured is like a distillation of the entire season. It's a bunch of people going, no, I'll sacrifice myself. No, I'll sacrifice myself. No, I'll sacrifice myself. No, I'll sacrifice myself. And it's just like, I get it. But I don't know that it's enough to chew on in the end. Place Further in the Universe is a billion times better than Agents. I don't get the comparison there. If you didn't get it's fine. If you didn't get the comparison, I'm not going to explain it again. Better read the light novel then. I didn't see the light novel was doing very well, so I'm not sure. Because my hope was that the anime was going to do better, which I think it does. Like, I think production-wise, it's really good. But I don't think, based on ratings on the source material, it's going to be better. Dropped after 3 episodes because it bored me. The adaptation did not do justice to the novels. They rested too much on the drama and trauma. Really? Well, maybe not then. Because again, I didn't see that the ratings were that good. Maybe I thinking of a different show? Question mark? I'm afraid an H show or something's gonna pop up on my screen. Hold on a second. Let me find it. I don't trust any list in filtering. Agents. There. Source material. I guess 82 is fine. Average score of 71. I don't know. It's like one of those ones where, like, I would like to check it out, but it's not up there for me, like, priority list wise. The world is really intriguing. See, that's where I think it's kind of falling apart for me, though. I wasn't Italian Mafia more controlled than the government back then? Yeah, but they haven't implied that is the case with this one. There's a lot of payoffs that are happening, but but they're talking in the now. Like, in any moment where they show there's a control, it's typically she threw a bunch of money around now. My problem is that the government itself is not establishing control over the individuals. They're just saying the villages control the agents, then the government's over here, and the revision was the reformist and the exterminations. Right? There's a reform and there was an extermination group. But the problem is that because of how much power these control over the weather, the government should be here on top of the villages. This isn't a case where the reformists and whatnot are controlling the government to not get involved. It's just that they're in the middle and people are getting involved with the village. That should never be the case. Again, because you have literally they didn't have they were without spring for several years because they didn't protect the agents. Why would they not be stepping in to protect the agents, especially after not having spring for so many years? That's literally affecting the crops. Like, entire industries are collapsing because they don't have crops in spring itself. Why would they not have the government on top of these people? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't at all make any sense. It's not that big of a deal. Like, there's a lot of like flawed concepts to a lot of stories. It's not like it's not like the entire time watching the show that was what I was thinking about. So don't get me wrong. It's just one of those things that after the fact you look back and go, these people are kind of stupid. This world's kind of stupid. I will admit that I'm also kind of annoyed that there was I don't want to spoil things. Something happened in the last episode that made me kind of roll my eyes. There was a massive eye-rolling moment the last episode. I don't know if anybody agree or disagree. You don't have to explain it. Just agree or disagree. Anybody that lost last episode, agree or disagree. Life makes no sense sometimes. That's true. There's a lot of government and societies that are really stupid, so what am I talking about here? Yeah, the motives of the insurgents are kind of dumb. At some point, they kind of describe, like, the reformists and the exterminationists, and they're like, well, but they kind of came into an agreement, right? I'm like, wait, what? This group wants to kill them, and this group wants to, like, use them for their own benefit? How do those two work together? What? The last episode makes sense. It's just one of those... It's one of those, like... It was cheap. It was a cheap shot. Like, it was... Like, they totally didn't hold that. It was like, oh, you just did that, so you just did that to be mean. I get it. Whatever. I kind of... To be honest, it didn't bug me that much, just because the moment that they brought this character into the picture, I knew that it was going to be a... Not what am I thinking of? There's a term for it. Not I want to say smoking gun, but it's not a smoking gun. It's the you're setting up something. You're obviously implying that this will get used eventually. That thing, like, you imply that you're going to use that eventually. Here's your chance to use it. So I never really felt like they would ever keep to that. Man, I'm avoiding spoilers so hard. I thought the government places restrictions on them. They do, but they don't protect them. That's the problem. Why would gun smugglers and drug smugglers be able to have enough power to overtake the government that should be there? The government's not there. Legit, not there. The whole bringing a knife to gunfight thing probably be so much. If I had the abilities of Summer, those people would be screwed. The animal control would be so OP. Dude, that was crazy. I will admit, whenever they use their powers, it's super cool. I think production-wise, Agents of the Four Seasons is really beautiful. It's a very beautiful show. I love it. The characters are beautiful. The acting's beautiful. The way that it portrays emotion's beautiful. It's just, again, there's goofiness about the writing. But whenever they go crazy, like even Spring is crazy the moment that she goes crazy. Like there was that moment where she's in the room and all the guys are around her, which again, really effed up. You have all these guys around her and suddenly she just goes nuts. You kill Tinagaku and this freaking just levels the entire place. Like whenever these people go berserk, it's really cool. And which kind of opens up the door to really what I think that they should have been to the very beginning, which is sort of what it's implying it's getting to eventually, is these agents, they need to come together to protect themselves. Because obviously nobody's going to protect them. They have to come together and protect themselves. And it's implied that every single one of these so far have extremely OP abilities. One can heal people. One can basically massively grow roots and destroy an entire area. One can freeze an entire area. One can basically call a bunch of spirit animals everywhere and just consume everything on sight. Like these agents are massively OP outside of being able to produce their season. So apparently they're just not utilizing their power enough. So because of the big discussion we have right here, it means that it's good and got you guys to discussing it. Just like Rags. You countered your point. You countered your own point. Unless you're replying to Grego. No, sometimes some discussion is not a good thing. Is it Chekhov's gun? Yeah, it's Chekhov's gun. If an author takes the time to describe something, it's rude not to use it. Yeah. It's basically sitting there. You're gonna have to use it eventually. Oh, so that's her power. That's crazy. Oh, look, something happened to somebody. That's crazy. I wonder what's gonna happen next. That's crazy. Anyways, B. I think it's B. I would put it higher if I didn't feel like it was just a lot of like, oh, self-sacrifice. Oh, no, I love you. I'll sacrifice myself for you. No, I'll sacrifice myself for you because I love you. No, I will sacrifice myself for her because I love her. No, I will. No. It's like two people fighting who gets out the door. It's fighting who gets out the door. You'll miss what's going on. You missed the beginning of the stream. What is up, Home Slice? Sorry about that. Felt 90s? What? Oh, the yo part. The door's over there. The door's right there. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, almost like Dodo. What? I was questioning if it was an anime adaptation or light novel, so I got access to the light novel, and the anime has changed up some of the things to make it writing goofy, or they haven't explained details. I mean, in the real world, one party wants to eliminate all except for nation, race, and ethnicity and subjugate women. On the other side, it also wants to, but pretends otherwise. And so that is like the most extremes of both sides, right? That nobody really truly believes. The animal you could use could be smaller and deadly. True. Did they imply that she controlled insects though? Wasn't it just animals? Or was it insects too? I forget if it was insects too. I don't see why it wouldn't be insects too, but I thought it was only animals, question mark. Maybe I'm misremembering. Bleh. Dorero having an entire store of Chekhov's guns. Dude, that is 100% true, dude. There's like just so much stuff that they're showing off, and it's like, which of this is actually important or not? Are insects not animals? No, they are not animals. Insects are not animals. Well, I mean, they're not. I don't think they're classified animals. Anyway, I don't know. Semantics. Insects are animals. Okay. she controlled mammals and birds and stuff, but I don't think that she ever controlled insects. Okay, is that better to be put that way? I don't think they ever specified that insects were included. Actually, yeah, I'm a biologist. Shut up. Did they say animals specifically, that she controls animals? There, I'm changing my wording here. I don't think she ever controlled insects, or they ever said it was animals. It's just that she started having dogs showing up and then birds attacking people. I don't know that they ever said that she controls insects. I have to remember if there was ever insects. They never... Yeah, I don't think they ever really, like, said, this is her power. They never really... They only really specified Hinagi-ku and, what's her face? Nadeshiko? They only really specified their two powers. One was, like, it was growth, and then one was reversal or something like that. I forget exactly how they described Nadeshiko. It was like a reversal or something like that. I mean, yes, you've seen, you know, Guy freeze stuff, and you assume it's the power of freezing, but, like, they never really, like, get into exactly what the powers are. Anyways, it's a stupid conversation. Get into the specifics here. It says she has a life operation to control living creatures. Okay, living creatures is a very specific thing. Okay. Anyways, let's move on from agents. I feel like an hour on agents. I know it was an hour, but it feels like an hour. This show, I dropped it. It was just too many characters, not really getting the sense of how they're connected. It felt like the individual stories were okay, but it just didn't really get a sense of an overall story. It was just too much jumping around, time and everything. Never got a chance to watch the Penguin show. I didn't really watch much of the Rooster show. The Rooster getting cucked at the very beginning was kind of funny, but that was about it. I didn't watch Petals of Reincarnation because I've read it, and I don't think it's that great of a story, so I didn't bother watching the anime. Go for it. I think it's cute, but it's honestly not for me, so I end up dropping it. It's not that it was a bad show. I think it was cute. Hold on a second. GG Twitch and your bot problems. I think it's a cute show, but honestly, I just not my type of romance. I don't really care much for dudes being cute with each other. Without being pedantic. Insects are y'all y'all shut up. Chat, shut up. Y'all like actualing your actualings. I know it sounds stupid, but heard there was a debacle before it made sense. They said that they had a life operation control the living things. The power to freeze stuff equals I have the same power of a refrigerator. Don't be dissing on his powers. He like made a bridge out of it, dude. He made a bridge out of it and did the Akira slide. How can you diss on a guy who's able to make a bridge out of ice and then cause an Akira slide? Maybe the real insects were YouTubers all along. What are you guys talking about in chat anymore? Andrew, you like agents so much. Go for Chat's getting stupid. Chat's getting stupid. Karano Fan Club, another one that I kind of wanted to get back to this one because I kind of felt that it had some good stuff to it, but never did. So I might go back someday. If I hear enough people say that it ended well, I might go back someday and finish it. But I didn't really have too much saying, God, I can't wait for the next episode. Femboys are hot. I prefer femboys personally. What are y'all getting into femboys for? Remember Me if you've seen Tensura movie. I need to go watch it still. Did they release it on Crunchyroll yet? I know Crunchyroll now has the Maid Dragon movie, so I'm gonna watch that one here soon. That's what I'm looking for, this new anime. He stole his power set from Iceman from X-Men. I love the blonde, but I hate all the other characters. Shame she's a rug muncher. My gosh. Just say she's Yuri. Just say she's Yuri. Jeez. I have not heard that term in a long time. We use carpet. I have not heard that theory. I have not heard that term in a long time. My god, dude. The one where one dude turns into a friend to a trap. Yeah, the one that I talked about yesterday, they just got announced. Kiryu is pretty decent, above average for seasonal if you're looking into cringe teenage humor. It was kind of cringy humor. I liked it. Awajima has a really low score on Mal, too big brain for the normies. I want to finish that sometime later. Yeah, Awajima is like one of those cases where I think you almost need a chart to keep track of everybody. Like somebody literally on the Discord posted a chart. It tells you something. When I watched the first few episodes of it and I was confused as to who was who and who was tied to who, and it felt like it was all over the place, I felt vindicated that by the end of the season, somebody posted a chart that tells you how everybody's connected. That tells you something. I'm sorry. That legit tells you something. Not that it's big brain. It's just like, yeah, I guess it's partly that. I think it's just one of these ones you have to know how everything is connected. And I think that's on purpose. No tensura on Crunchyroll. Boo. Boo. It'll probably be another couple months. The extended cast for Kiryu added a lot to the comedy. Nice. At least the two of us could big brain together. Yo, big brain together. I can't speak for the rest of anyone, but I'm joking. I haven't really seen the show, but I have seen enough shows of people with ice powers. You need that chart. You need that chart. Tensura. It's better than last season. Or, I mean, it's better than that, like the meetings from the last season. That's for damn sure. Still not quite up there for me. Is there a link to Discord? No, it's not open yet. When I get it open up, I'll bring the link out again. It just hasn't been opened up again. Combined Nakamura-kun's your favorite this season. Nice. Like I said, it's got a lot of sweetness to it that I like. I like the style too. I really like the styling of it. I think it's a solid A, I think, for me this season so far. Like, I still get disappointed every now and then with how, like, very simple the writing can be. And I kind of wish that it would do more, but it's still kind of an enjoyable show to watch every week. It's just an enjoyable cast. Cannot wait for that discussion. Best show before ReZero. What, Tensura? No. Unfortunately, it's nowhere near Tensura levels for me. Or ReZero levels for me. Unless you're talking about the show before ReZero down here. His style reminded me, yeah, it's definitely like Ranma. It's like which is interesting that it's such a newer manga, if I remember correctly, that they kind of decided to adopt that older styling, which is kind of let's be honest, it's a very big risk. It's a very big risk to have an older style because it's not to what a lot of the pill is for the day's readers and whatnot. In the order, yeah. I think if Kanan hadn't gotten B, Slime would be B. If Kanan... You think I would put this in here if it wasn't here? Like, if this was here, I would put it in B? No. No. Now, see, me and Tensura has, like, always been kind of a hit and miss. Like, I've had seasons where, again, especially during like all the meetings from the last season, where it was just not a good show for me. And I've always been kind of I've always had a lot of the big tensura fans not liking my takes on it for the most part. So it's not that I'm never really feeding into what a lot of people like with tensura. So I've always been kind of an outsider. But I won't ever claim that it's one of my favorite isekais. Like, whenever I talk about like the pillars for isekai, it's always like a sense of bookworm, rezero, and Mushoku Tensei for me. Each one of them do like significantly different things in the isekai genre that I think are incredibly appealing in their own way. Whereas Tensura has always been junk food. Tensura's always been junk food. Like, there's never weight to anything. There's never like value to anything. It's just dumb shenanigans most of the time. It acts like it wants to be serious, but it never is. Tensura 2 episodes into the first season, all I kept hearing about it was how flat and bloated the characters are. Pretty much. It's so definitely not me. Yeah. There's a lot of characters, and they don't really do too much with each individual one. I think the source material is supposed to be a lot more deeper, but for the anime, I think it's fine. I think for Which Had to Tell You, it would be a little early to put it in S tier. Again, this list is based on like the current season, so not that it's S tier like of all time. It's just S tier for the season. I mean, Tensura is generic F. It does have some unique things to it, but I don't think it plays into them enough to be significant. Andrew, you like Gobata? I forgot that. Gobata's great. I like Gobata. He's kind of like my favorite underdog. Like, most of the characters are massively OP. I think Gobata is the best like underdog. Granted, I think he's currently getting to OP status, but he's not OP like some of the people underneath Remedy, that's for sure. There's no doubt this season is a return to form for Tensura. I really enjoy it, but it's only starting to ramp up for something bigger. Like, Tensura is always like permanently ramping up for something. I mean, the key art looks really good for the next core, that's for sure. His Street Fighter and Dragon Ball references moments in Tensura was really fun, though. Yeah. Bookworm is what I wanted out of the stuff like Tensura or reincarnated as a villainous. Yeah. I'm gonna like the Tensura movie. Want Diablo back. Wistoria. Another show. Wistoria is another show where, like, I always feel like I'm completely out of, like, the fandom. Wistoria visually is a good show. I think a lot of the action scenes have been really good this season, especially. I'm liking to see how much care and love this show overall is getting. The first season I wasn't a massive fan of because it just felt like Danmachi all over again. Obviously, same writing here. It felt like Danmachi all over again. Just characters are in different positions. And instead of like because he's weak he's looked down upon, it's because racism he's looked down upon. And so it just kind of turns this whole like thing of like, oh, he's picked on by all the people that know magics because he doesn't have magics, but yeah, he's not gonna let that keep him down because girlfriend. I wasn't like a massive fan of the first season, and I heard a lot of people say that season 2 things are going to pick up and it's going to get real good. So I was hoping that something was going to happen in season 2 that would really grab me. It didn't. It's an enjoyable watch, but I don't think I'm really so far getting too much that I'm intrigued by. It's a lot of the same. Wistoria, have been thinking about picking this show up, have not seen it. I'm here for the romance. Is there romance? Didn't like the tower stuff. I mean, what part specifically? Him going into the tower and then the whole picking process by the different groups and how she couldn't pick him because they wanted him to prove himself, but then he had to awaken to his wheeze. And so it required him to go back in time to see what happened with him and his girl and how he awakened to his Wheezes. And then now he can draw out some Wheezes. A horrifying lightning dude. Did I finish that? No, the thing about the Alfaria and lightning dude that was bugging me the entire time is that we just got done with the whole segment where they had the festival and then the attack happened, which is clever technically, the idea of attacking right at that moment because they're at their weakest. But like they told them do not go out there because we cannot risk any of the Magia Vanders or whatever they're called going out there and dying because we need you guys for the shield or the barrier. Just proceed to have the two of them fighting. There's like this element of like showing how committed they are that these individuals do not kill each other because if they lose one of them, they're screwed. But yet they're willing to let them sit there and fight over a rando. Like it's like the consistency here. Like, will we not want to protect them? Yeah, the whole point there was that they didn't have any power, and so they didn't want them going out there and getting themselves killed because they were low on energy. But still, like, the element there is that they didn't want them killed. The energy has nothing to do with it. It's just they don't want them dead. So you're willing to have these two individuals who are, like... The attacks they're shooting off are, like, incredibly deadly. And they're just blasting the hell out of each other over this guy. And it's like, do we have no sense of preservation for humanity right here? It's kind of a dork. It was just a random thought that I had. Not that it affected my thoughts of the show. It was just a chuckle it gave me. I like Danmachi. I like Danmachi a lot more than this show. The reason why I like Danmachi so much more than Wistoria is because I think that there's like a better progression of people's acceptance of the character more than with Wistoria. Wistoria just feels like it's constantly beating it over your head, despite the fact that he keeps doing incredible things. People keep bickering about how he's weak, and he keeps dwelling on the fact that he's seen as so weak and pathetic. Like, it's just, at some point, can we stop? Like, at some point, are we going to stop dwelling on this and just move on? Why does it have to be a story plot line every 2 seconds? He's obviously proven that he's incredibly powerful. He literally saved the entire kingdom. Why are we still on this? Yeah, like Bell, like with Bell, at least it feels like people are starting to recognize him. He gets a title to his name. It's established that he has potential, and so they stop it very quickly. It's still there, but they kind of move on from it. They both have the underdog element, but it feels like with this one, it's tiresome at some point. Eyes is best girl. I never care much for Eyes. She's very blah. Very blah. Like, I like his I like him as a character. He's just, I don't think the show itself does him very much favors. Or the writing doesn't do him much favors. The gap between each Danmachi level is too great. I think, yeah. Danmachi and Wistoria has a lot of common, almost like they're from the same universe. Yeah, did they ever establish that it's the same? The writer established them as the same universe? I don't know if anybody has ever said that or not. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I don't like that he just accepts BS all the time. Well, was spring already? Yes. Shows are ending, dude. Shows are ending. It's solid B. I think it's a solid B show. Like, it's entertaining. I still enjoy it, watching it. In the spring, yeah. I'm trying to get this done now because summer's gonna be like super busy, and I don't want to be doing this stuff in the summer. I might even take a week off from my live streams for summer because it's gonna be really rough getting started. We'll see though. We'll see. I might need a live in order to take a break. The Barbarian, I actually have not finished the show, and I kind of want to go back and watch more of it because I did enjoy it. It's not a bad show. I think the chemistry between the two of them is pretty solid. Yeah, I might get back to it. I'm not 100% sure though. July is my birthday, so a lot of good anime is coming out there. Well, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Barbarian is good. Tensura and ReZero have completely different fan bases, I think. Tensura watchers want a chilled experience with their favorite characters. ReZero wants favorite characters suffering. Yeah, I think there's plenty of I think there's plenty of overlap with the two of them. I think that people get too caught up in I think there's like some very I would say unwell individuals that really badly crave a fight between two different fandoms, but I think for the majority of people, a lot of people just watch both and they don't really care. That's like when I was getting into reading the novel series for Mushoku Tensei, everybody kept talking about how like the ReZero fandom and the Mushoku Tensei fandom is like super at each other's throats. I never really felt it because like most of the people in the group that we were reading Mushoku Tensei with, they all read ReZero. Now, yes, they believe that one's better than the other, but they didn't like hate the other side. It's just like this fabricated mindset that there's like this big battle that's happening between the two of them because there's a couple people that are just kind of either baiting arguments because they're little children or they're engagement farming. Just watched the last episode before the stream. Really liked it. I only read Barbarian. Haven't seen the anime. I got hit by Stockholm Syndrome too from that series too. I just like Barbarian. None of the jokes landed though. The characters were annoying. I kind of agree with you that like a lot of the humor wasn't great. Classic rage baiter. It's probably one of my favorite series of the season. I love how it completely tears apart the Western social systems of power. ReZero is 10 for 10. Mushoku Tensei is 9 out of 10 in my opinion. I love both. Yeah. So like I said, most people are like, I like both. Again, my whole point with ReZero / Mushoku Tensei / Assassin's Bookworm is that they're both redoing entirely different things. And I like going to each one of them for those different things. Like ReZero is a lot of like massive world building, brutal character development, and like paranoia and whatnot build up. Whereas Mushoku Tensei is like, you know, an individual who is like the worst, the dregs of the society, like gutter, like not most people in society would not want to continue living on, finding a new life and growing to be a better person in that new life, and being surrounded by individuals that are, despite being surrounded by individuals that are kind of the worst. There's a lot of really nasty character deconstruction that I really like. Not deconstruction, that's not a term to use. The characters are very nasty, and I like to sort of dig into those characters that it does. Assassin's Bookworm is more the idea of trying to, you know, seek family, you know, build on things that you didn't take for granted in your previous life, establishing, you know, comforts for individuals in a very kind of a society that is very divided. It's a very segmented society. Classism that's all there that she has to deal with. They all do different things that I really enjoy. Didn't take any of the jokes funny. One's like and one doesn't in the same chat. Build up and return back to ReZero is the story of ReZero. Build up and return back to zero. Well, yeah, this is technically in the title. Back to zero. For some reason, One Piece fans are review bombing the series recently. Probably. All three do heavy world building. Bookworm most of all. Yeah, I think the world building in all three are really good. I think with Mushoku Tensei, it wasn't like entirely necessary for the most part, but when it does get into it, it's really good. Mushoku Tensei by Rudeus himself is very in the now, but eventually does get into deeper world stuff. Yeah, Bookworm is very society-based. Super gets the character development lose it. Super gets the character developments, lose it, and builds it up back from zero. Yeah. I don't understand the hate between the fan bases. I don't think it's really natural. I think it's just, again, with everything on the internet, there's people that are really bored or very unstable that makes things sound a lot more important than they actually are, which is like a fight that doesn't really exist. I'm not too much into feeding into fabricated drama on the social medias, because it's everything. Everything does it. There's always somebody that's trying to get engagement or just completely out of their mind. How are you in chat? And Mr. Streamer, did you start the new season yet? No. That's like, well, technically right now, the Smoking in the Convenience Store, that technically is the first show of the next season, but no, I'm not getting into it yet. I'm still finishing Spring right now. So, few ladder haters, basically. Yeah. I love rezero. Same. Rezero has so much side content I'm slowly chipping away at. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to reading it. I'm really looking forward to reading it, because it does seem like a lot is skipped in rezero for sure. To be fair, the only series I still follow is Bookworm. The other two, eh. Mishigo showed more slice of life scenes that are side content in rezero. Yeah, because I think Mushoku Tensei, its narrative requires it to have a settling moment in slice of life. There's a lot of, like, you have to, in order for the plot devices of each segment of the story to matter, is that you have to have Rudius have a semblance of normalcy before something happens again. Like the situation with the last season, it was I'm having a life that I'm developing now, I have a child in the way, and then now suddenly father's letter, or the letter comes in about father. Mom's been found, what do we do? I can stay here and trust that they can handle it, but then suddenly, again, as he's contemplating it, sister goes, I'll handle it. You can handle it, but you're not handling it, so I'll handle it. And it forces him to have to disconnect from his future that's developing now for the sake of his family that once before he'd ever cared for. He didn't care about his previous family. It is his life. You have to have him have slice of life moments to understand why it's so important that he leaves. Who's a terrible dad, Rudius or Reinhard? Oh, his dad. Wait, have we... Rudy's dad. I mean, especially with this backstory. Especially with his backstory, Lilia and stuff like that. Yeah, it's Paul. I got the Amazon book or today, and by the gods, almost no damage anywhere. It's a miracle from Amazon. That's crazy. Well, the season has begun officially with episode 1 of All Maids. Oh, okay, gotcha. I haven't seen much of Hengel yet. Yeah, that's true. He kind of ticked me off for a brief moment, but not really much of him. Plus, he's Kendra Suda. That's the problem that we have, really. Anyway, can we go back to the list? No. Anybody that asks if we get back to the list, immediately it adds 10 minutes to me chatting. The moment that somebody tells me to go back to doing something, I immediately don't want to do it. So, Ilno, it's your fault that we're going to continue to talk for the next 10 minutes. Paul was a bad man, but a pretty good father. Yeah, I think it's the element of, like, in the end, despite all their horrible mistakes, and I wouldn't say mistakes, it's literally what they choose to do. It's not like an oopsie. It's literally he chose to do those things, and every action they do, in the end, family is still what's important. It doesn't undo what they've done, but it's still, family is important enough that they're doing that. Andrew can go back to chatting for 10 minutes. Yes. I almost called it you and I are polar opposites. It's Ramparts of Ice. Ramparts of Ice. I really enjoyed this show a lot. I think it's like, it's a super solid like slice of life with a building romance in it. And I think it does a really good job portraying like insecurities, the barriers that we put up, bringing down those barriers, the fears of like putting up those ramparts. I think how it portrays her insecurities and barriers. What's the term? Boundaries, social boundaries, all that kind of stuff really, really well. And I'll say I think it's doing very good with the romance too. I'm not really. I'm always very critical when it comes to very like truly feeling a romance building up properly, and I think this is doing a really good job of it. Like, it doesn't feel forced. I really like that this show doesn't feel like the romance is forced. It's a constant focus, but I like how at some point I'm like, okay, they're actually going to build a relationship between the two of them, and I didn't really think it was going to be the case early on. I think this is much better than Polar Opposites. I mean, they're doing different things. Polar Opposites is much more comedy-focused romance. This one's much more drama-focused romance. But I like this one more. I got a kick out of You and I Are Polar Opposites, but at some point I got kind of tired of the comedy. It's a little bit loud for my taste. Yeah, they did cameos, whatnot. Parts of Ice, my favorite romance this season for me. More focused on drama than Polar Opposites. Characters have personalities and flaws. Yeah. Mangaka is so goated, by the way, for Polar Opposites to Random Parts of Ice. Yeah, they kind of have similarities there, but they're very significantly different. I kind of like that. I love that when this came out, it didn't feel like it was a repeat of the last season. I don't know where I put it though. Where'd I put it though? 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 I'm at an A, but I think I feel like A is getting a little bit too congested. I might bump something down. A might get something bumping down here soon. I really enjoyed it. I like the characters. The characters are all very solid across the board. I think that's the other thing that I really like. I think my only thing that really keeps it from S tier is that I do feel like some points, the drama feels a little out of place, I guess is the best way to put it. A lot of her, like, deep-rooted trauma from her past experiences kind of jump up every now and then in an odd place. I do like that when we finally get into her backstory, it feels very human. I think I give a massive amount of credit to the writer to allow the main character to have a moment of manipulation. Like, she legit manipulates people, and it kind of feels bad. And I respect them for doing that. Like, everybody's human in the end. When you see an opportunity to kind of fix the situation in your favor, you're going to take it. Dila, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I did enjoy Tensura quite a bit this season. Hype for Granville. I'm hoping the stuff around Granville gets really interesting. Plus, I want some Luminous. I need Luminous in my life, dude. I need my Luminous. But thank you so much for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Oh, with season 2, you'll understand why she has drama. Or trauma, I guess you mean. Good to hear that. Had high hopes for it, but parent arc was not bad, but felt forced. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's solid. I think A is a solid. We'll see who gets dropped. It might be Yawa Sensei. I don't want it, but I think it might be Yawa Sensei. I think I might upset more people if I did Tensura instead, but Yawa Sensei or Tensura has got to drop. We'll see. Yawa Sensei is my favorite ecchi of the season, so I might want to keep it up there. waifus are good through their own tensura. Luminous and Milim are all the only important waifus in the entire series. The waifus in this season went crazy. Second Prius is boring to me, but I'm sorry. Would you think? What would you think of Luminous Hinata Yuri spin-off rom-com? I'm not a big fan of Hinata. Like I like Hinata, but I'm not like I don't think that she deserves Luminous. I'll go with a Luminous and Luminous and Milim, even though they don't even like interact at all. I'll go with that one instead. Yes, Yoa is good generally. I do like it. I do like it a lot. It was a lot of fun. Easily the hottest teacher in anime in a long time. Desmond, thank you so much for the 24 months. 2 years, dude. Thank you so much. 2 more weeks until best harem. Also, Yawa Sensei is today's favorite student, ex-teacher in romance. Yeah. 100% agree. Thank you again so much for the long time support. Nice thing about Ramparts, the second season is all you'll need. Is all you need. Isn't both of them only gonna be 2 seasons? I know I seen somebody post that they're both like full adaptations. Are they both like 2 season runs? I'm glad that she's getting that much attention. I think she's a good writer. Or he. I don't know if it's a he or she. Yeah, I do believe they... Well, I guess we haven't really got too much in Luminous yet. Hinata's story was really good. So I can see that. Replica. I dropped it. I don't think I really got into it far enough to really form an opinion. Did anybody keep watching this? Did it... How do you say this without spoiling it? Did it do what I was hoping it would do? Anybody that was around when I was first giving my thoughts on this show, did it do what I was hoping it would do? Which is like, get into split personality stuff. I guess that would be spoiling things. Yeah, never mind. I don't really need to know. I don't really need to know. I don't want to spoil it for the chat. I don't really care if it's spoiled for me, but I want to spoil it for the chat. Major malfunction, Yoi could repeat to Andrew what Yo said about the author. You can repeat to Andrew what you said about the author. What? Anyways, Botan. My favorite anime about Replica is called Tales of Abyss. Botan was a show I look forward to the most each week. I don't think it's the best story, and probably just bad if you binge it. Really evoke yearning. Goddamn, y'all rave for this one. Kamina Botan, clearly easy S tier. Also needs a season 2. Botan Kamina has to be S tier. Easily the best Yuri ever made. The production was better, and I thought it would be. They hit it out of the park. S tier. I didn't like the changing animation styles in Botan. I 100% agree on that one. I 100% agree on that one. That was not a very good decision that they made there. I think it's better suited for a different type of show, or at least in, like, Boat to the Rock. Boat to the Rock is a perfect example of how best to use that. You can use it for artistic reasons, but changing the art styles for entire episodes is not good in my opinion. It is way too jarring. I was struggling with figuring out who was who for a brief moment. Plus, they didn't even keep to it. Like, I know that, like, Flip Flappers did it really well, but again, that was, like, to the concept. 18IF did it very well, but again, 18IF, they both technically... It serves the storytelling. Space Dandy, it serves the storytelling. Like, it doesn't really work for, like, a slice of life story like this. Not that it matters in the end. It's just, it caused a lot of confusion for people. Like, you go for like a really high polished episode to a very sketchy, simple episode. It just raises a lot of red flags. Botan is a bit more formulaic, in my opinion. I kind of agree on that one. Only episode 3 was the biggest tonal shift. Now the episode's very heavily. Yeah. It was only like 3 episodes that they did anything with it, which is weird. Like, oh, we're being artistic. It's like, well, then you didn't really do much of it. It works for me because they were mostly vignettes. Each episode was its own story. I 100%. Well, I like 98% disagree with you there, because it feels like there is a cohesive story throughout the entire thing, especially around like the relationships. Like, the whole story is like a love triangle for the most part. There's a very heavy love triangle for the most part. And if you don't have the context of each episode, you don't understand how it progresses. So no, I can't agree with you on that one. They're not vignettes. There's different stories for different characters and their relationships, but it's a cohesive story the entire time. It's a very strong slice of life story, segment of their life. Characters and growth. I think Botan is a good example of like a slice of life that is very character focused, and almost too character focused, to the point where it doesn't feel like there's much outside of it. It's a very romance focused slice of life that doesn't really do much outside of the romance. If you paid attention, Botan, the relationship is not the biggest focus in the manga and was more implied than anything. Oh, well, it's 100% like bullseyed on the anime, if anything. Like, if the manga or the source material does not do that, the anime did, because I didn't really see anything besides the focus on the romance in the anime. I mean, if they're not in love, the romance is not happening in the anime, then that's... I got completely misled, because they legit all but showed a full-on kissing scene. And legit, like, 2 scenes of straight-up I love yous. That's crazy if they change it that much in the anime adaptation. Because I thought, honestly, early on that it was going to be nothing but Yuri bait, but they didn't really keep to that. Yeah, when they showed up, it definitely started becoming the major focus, because I think they sort of stir up the pot. It almost makes it feel like, with the inclusion, I forget what her name is. Got the most crazy freaking name that she has. I'm surprised that it didn't. I'm surprised it didn't stick with me, because it was such a crazy name. Is it Chinlan? I like how they say it, though, because they obviously put like a honorific on it. My gosh, was it an ONA? Is that why it's not even listed on any chart? Did nobody care about the show? I must have scrolled past it. Dude, if I missed this show twice scrolling through, did nobody watch this show? Hold on, let me do about time. No, not that. There it is. Jeez, I finally found this stupid show. Finally found this damn show, dude. Yeah, Chinlon-chang. Chinlon-chang. I think that's how you say it. Chin. Is it Chian? Is it Eon? No, it's Chinlon, right? Chow. She's super cute, by the way. I think she was easily the cutest character in the show. I thought she was freaking cute. Oh my god, dude. The moment she showed up, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's too damn cute. She's too damn cute. All the characters are cute. That's for damn sure. But yeah, when she shows up, she obviously triggers like this. Why aren't you doing something? Like, she literally does egg it on. And she kind of helps them break down the barriers that Ibuki has. Yeah, she knew what she wanted and she went for it. She knew that there was a hold up and she wanted to break down that. But yeah, she was probably like one of my favorites. Directing wise and visually, I really like this show. I think it's a very beautiful show. Just how they establish angles and viewpoints. There's a lot of like intimacy to how they put the perspective shots, which I think does enhance the moments. Like where you have a character struggling with their relationship and you know, wanting to express that to the other individual. You see those very close-up shots of them looking at the face or whatever. So I think it does well to sort of put the viewer in with what the characters themselves are seeing and that intimacy. So visually and everything, I really think it's top-notch. Again, I don't really like how they chose to be artistic with changing the art styles. I think it didn't do them enough favors and only kind of hurt it in a way. But it doesn't break it for me because they didn't really keep with it very long. Now, the show itself has a couple things working against it for me. One, I could give a rat's butt about liquor. I don't know what the hell they're talking. I know what they're talking about. I've seen those drinks. I've had some of them, but I'm not a drinker, so I don't really care about liquor. I don't care about what they're talking about. I don't care what kind of drinks they're liking, and I don't personally like the environment of drunkenness. I don't find that to be appealing. I don't like the idea of being in a state that you're not yourself or having to do something to unwind. I respect people that choose to do that. If you need that to unwind, I just don't personally find it I don't find it to be a comforting thing to have to be in that state for enjoyment. And so it's not an appeal to me. Alcohol has never been an appeal to me. So a show about people getting together to drink isn't in itself appealing to me. So all that's left for me is the characters and the stories they're going through and all that stuff. To which I'm fine with the show overall, but it's not the most engaging to me. And I did find a lot of the story elements to be a little bit repetitive, where it's like God, it feels like 75% of the show is, I want to drink with Ibuki. Can I not drink with her? I have to drink with her. Everybody has to drink with Ibuki. If you're not somebody, you're not a part of this place until you've drunk with Ibuki. It feels so like forced at some point. Like it's almost comical at some point that this is it. Like I can see the symbolisms of it. Like it's almost an element of like, is drinking a metaphor for sexual contact or something like that? Like it's a kiss. And so like if Botan is got a drink with her, that means that she's had sex with her, and I'm jealous because I want to have sex with her. Like at some point it's almost comical. Well, did you guys not get that reference? Am I alone here? Are we not on the same page that there's like a symbolisms to drinking with Ibuki? Andrew, you could not drink and know stuff. What? These names the word of strong zero. Yeah. I'd rather watch the full season of Arya than go through Botan another time, dude. I would recommend Arya 1,000,000,000 times over coming to Botan. Most of my appeal to this show was the art style and the fact that it's very much like encouragement of climb artists and whatnot involved with this. Like a very similar styling. But that hasn't been the plot since episode 5. that was like literally everything around Chanlan and Cheng and her pushing her. Like, what? Why was it not the thing like the entire season? Ibuki became more sexy each episode. She did, technically, yes. Same for me, someone behind the market I didn't give a damn about smoking because it don't smoke, but at least it got to chill, cozy vibe. Yeah. That's sort of what I got with this. Even if I'm not really appealing with the drinking, I like the aspect of them being together. It's not sex, it's intimacy. It's the same thing. For a lot of people, sex and intimacy is about the same thing. Intimate and close is definitely the major point of the story, yeah. Drunk with Ibuki sounds like a metaphor. Anyways, that's sort of where I'm kind of sitting with it. I think it's a beautiful show. I like its portrayal of intimacy. I got a massive kick out of her biting on her girl's arm. That's like my favorite part of the show. It's in my recent posts. Its portrayal of baggage is really hilarious. its portrayal of baggage is hilarious. I like how she just accepts it. Like, there's no hesitation. She just accepts the fact that she has baggage and just walks away with it. I love it. Just yomp. One of my favorite OPs this season, that's for sure. Dude, it's a very beautiful OP, too. I like that they did, like, a 4:3 ratio version of it, too. I really like that. Anyways. Where would I put it? I think B. I think B is good. She knows her girl. Yeah, the OP was a banger. Dinny was also good as well. You have a short story in each of the EJs. Yeah. Anyways, now for the public shutting of Andrew. What, for my take on Botan? I just, okay. It wouldn't be the first time people disagree with me because their favorite show doesn't get high. It won't be the last time, I assure you. ReZero, it's just S tier. There's no real kind of dancing around it. Especially this season, especially the last couple episodes have been like phenomenal. Easily some of the best episodes of ReZero by far. It's been climbing. It's been definitely climbing. I think for the most part, I think every episode's sort of getting more and more intriguing. And it has me constantly excited about what's going to happen next. About what I expected. Yeah, if anybody came here not expecting the ReZero was going to be S tier, you don't know me. I'm sorry. You're welcome here. You're new. You're new here. Welcome to the stream. His own tier. Yeah. Like I said, overall, like, this is like, you know, leaps and bounds above anything else in this list. Like, if I gapped this, it would, like, these would be down in, like, D tier and downward. Yeah, the voice acting's been phenomenal. S for Subaru. But yeah, no, I think overall it's been incredible. I like that every episode I'm curious as to what's going to happen next. There's a massive question mark as to what's happened to Subaru, and that has me theorizing. I love being able to theorize like crazy. Granted, I'm half expecting most of the time people think I'm crazy, especially those that know the source material, but I like being able to constantly wonder what's happening next and still at the same time know that it can completely go a different direction. I think he may like see. Yeah. Have I rewatched Tanya? I did. I rewatched it because I didn't watch the movie yet, and so I wanted to rewatch it to watch the movie. So I'm ready for next season. The Skirt Show, I did not finish it. I think it was fine. I think for the most part, what I've watched of it, which is like 5 or so episodes, I enjoyed. Pretty good little comedy about an idiot and a gyaru. Rema's best girl, always. Best body pillow. Let's got my class monitor and the girl with the short skirt. Anime is a solid romance. It was my favorite romance this season. Nice, nice, nice. Like I said, I didn't really... There was anything about it that I didn't like. Probably one of my favorite romances of the season. The observation logs of a villainess, girl who claims to be a villainess. I really like observation logs a lot. A lot. Where would I put it? I don't know that, like, I want to put it in A. Because I feel like in the end it didn't push enough in a direction that was super interesting, but I still really enjoyed it. I was more surprised probably with what they ended up doing with the main character. Because that sort of was its unique element, was the fact that the story is told from not the perspective of the isekai villainess, but rather the perspective of the male prince. And to finally later on get into the fact that, like, it sort of reminds me a lot of... What was it, a Tome game is Tough for Mobs? Where you have, like, the trope elements, but there's a deep story element that wasn't present in the game that explains why they're that way. And so, like, for the main character, he's like this puppet that has to be fixed by the heroine, but they never knew why he was needing to be fixed. And so it actually gets into a story world building concept of why he's broken. And it's like the bloodline of this hero. So it's kind of cool. I like that there's an explanation for why they're the way they are. A row observation log surprised me. It did. Like, I was really early on very surprised why. That's why I made a video on it. Like, this is actually really good. I was actually very surprised how much I'm liking this. I think it's a solid C, a good, enjoyable show. I love her as a character too. I wish they spent more time on her. I mean, she's always present in the show, but I kind of wish they would put a little bit more time in her perspective, because I feel like they didn't do enough with her. From his perspective, you see how much she's in turmoil over him and wants him to be happy and to push her away. But I almost felt like I wanted to hear more in her mind. We hear her say why she's doing what she's doing, and we see her insecurities, but I don't think it spent enough time in her head, and I kind of wanted to see more of that. Which makes sense, again, because it's technically a story from his perspective. I'm curious if the source material is always his perspective, or if it jumps around. Yeah, we get the NPC's perspective. Avenger Hunter girlfriend is now trying to catch up with Tanya, Mushoku Tensei, Clevitas, oh my god, Ranblue, and Bleach. Jeez. Yeah, you got a bunch of really crazy sequels coming up next season that you're getting caught up on, so I 100% support you on all those, except for Granblue. That's just one I've said before. I'm just not... Wasn't my comedy, which is fine. There's a lot of people that really enjoy it. So, good watching, man. Good watching. Hopefully you make it in time. Anyways, yeah, I'll leave it an A for now. I really enjoy it. I really, really enjoy it. The Love Game. What was the full title of this one? I forget what the full title was. It's just... I just did a game, so it's Love Game. I want to end this Love Game, that's right. Okay. It's not bad. It's actually a really cute, sweet little romance, but It's also one of those ones where some point it's kind of it's same like every episode. It's just literally will they, won't they, and it's literally the game they're playing is will they, won't they. It's like a Teemo version of like Kaguya-sama Love is War, like them constantly seeing who's gonna blush first, even though they always blush. Their game is to see which one's the other one snaps, and so they're constantly trying to romance each other while seeing if the other one blushes, and then they go, "Did you blush? Oh, you blushed. Oh, you didn't blush. No, I didn't blush." The only thing that kept me watching it is that she is adorable as freaking hell. Like, she is absolutely, like, super, super cute. And I love kind of seeing them just make each other blush. But at the same time, it's one of those ones where I look back and I'm like, yeah, it's not really that great of a show. Like, it's not that interesting. I think what some of the most, like, really well-portrayed intimate moments later on, like, the whole, like, Pocky scene was super good. I love the Pocky scene. I like a little bit of her insecurities that it kind of gets into for a little bit, but other than that, it's not a very deep show. I think it's a solid C. I think these two kind of like perfectly sit next to each other. They're both good in their own way, but they're not like incredible. I enjoy Love Game, I get it though. I log on to Arknights. I'll be back. Promise, for real. No, you have to leave here to log into Arknights. What? You have to log off to YouTube in order to go to Arknights? What? I also wanted to learn more about Teruin and Seer and Tia geeking out together. Development's kind of definitely faster than Kaguya. Oh yeah, for sure, it's a lot faster. That's for damn sure. I wanted this Love Game, got really better, but lower version of Kaguya-sama Love is War. Yeah. I kind of feel it's like a goofy version of it. A lot less comedy based, obviously. Discovering people hiding the fact that they love each other, fun but annoying. Yeah, there's like even the moments where it's like there's frustrating moments too. After the Pocky scene where he's like questioning if it was like love, I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? You legit had her pop. It wasn't one Pocky. She was chucking them in her mouth over and over again, and you still ain't getting it? How clueless can you be, dude? It was a good scene. Like, that whole Pocky scene was so good, but to end it with him going, was that what I think it was? It's like, dude, are you stupid? Like, there ain't no way in hell you could be that stupid. Well, it's fine. But yeah, she's super cute. I really loved her character. Tanya, commander, I never want to serve under. Right. Need patience to deal with his long-term romances like this. Yeah. The new game. I didn't finish it. I think after it got to the whole part where you had him sort of showing up the other guy and there was a little conflict there, I'm like, I don't think this is the show for me. I really wasn't liking how a lot of the character developments were happening. And I never really liked to start the premise of the story around the idea that he made himself hot so that everybody likes him. That part really bugged the fuck out of me. Like, it was like one of those moments of like, are you serious? Like, like in order to correct their life mistakes is just to not be fat. I mean, let's be honest, it's real, but it still doesn't make me like the characters. Like, I have no desire to like these characters if him getting skinny suddenly makes them like him. Like, it's not a good starting point, honestly. Felt wrong narratively. I think that's sort of like where I fall into it. Not that because I'm assuming eventually they might actually get into those elements, but it's just not a good starting point. But overall, it was like, I wasn't feeling the writing overall. It just didn't feel like it was doing anything good. So I kind of just dropped it. The first core, technically the first core, because I think we have another core coming up, right? I think this is going for 2 cores. Demons of the Shadow Realm. I can't find it. Why can't I find it? Oh, it's up at the top. Yeah, we're going for 24 episodes, so we're only like a little bit over halfway done. Being fat will get you made fun of in Japan. Really? In Japan? I'm glad it's not like that anywhere else. I'm so glad that only in Japan being fat will get you made fun of. Wow. Because me growing up, I never experienced people making fun of me being fat. That's crazy. Over here, we praise people that are fat. It's literally every society. Literally every society. My whole point is not necessarily Japan or the West or whatever. It's more the idea that it's not a good, compelling starting point that these individuals are people I want to care about when that's the big change point. Like, that makes them like him. Or not, it doesn't make that, it doesn't make them like him. It's just, it kind of implies this element of it breaking down a barrier. Like, he wasn't given the time of the day until that happens. And suddenly everybody's doki doki over him. It makes it very, it makes all the characters around him very, they only care about his appearance before they even care about him as a person. I'm eating sunflower seeds, therefore I am sunflower seed. I am happy. Congratulations. Unless I'm missing a reference, I'm sorry. Demons of the Shadow Realm. I think I had a big hang-up point early on of Demons of the Shadow Realm, and that was really around the fact that they massacre an entire village and then tell me that I'm supposed to care about those peoples. It really hasn't yet addressed that. It still yet has not really addressed that, and that's sort of like an elephant in the room that kind of still bugs me, but I've kind of moved on from that for the most part. And that transition to it as a show, which so far has been okay. Like, I still think my biggest hang-up point is that I don't really necessarily care so much about the characters in general. I think the main character is pleasantly different than your typical main character. Like, he doesn't act like a typical shonen main character. He's been raised to kind of have to deal with death. He's very cold and calculative at times when he needs to be, which is kind of refreshing. He's not a whiny, main character teenager whining about things constantly. I just think overall the plots have not really been there. It's gotten to the idea of the two special elements that they have, seal and barrier and all that kind of stuff. Was it seal and barrier? It was break and seal. Sorry, seal and break. And how they have to like die in order to manifest it and all this kind of stuff. That stuff's been okay. The element of left and right having to be sort of their counter, but like the overall plot, I just don't really feel like anything has really grabbed me so far. Like, it just feels like we're kind of just, for the most part, carrot on a sticking the parents, and that maybe when the parents finally get brought to the forefront, things will get finally just, described and explained. So it's kind of just there so far. Like, the story so far has just kind of been there. I just don't... I feel like they've been holding their cards a little bit too long, I guess is the best way to put it. Like, I need something. I need something to be kind of gotten into already. Yeah, the same problem. Gobble gobble. In the next 6 lists, I haven't watched or just touched one episode. Oh, for the next in the list. The characters are competent. Yeah, that's kind of respectful. We have a female Ed. Kind of, yeah. So no, it's good enough. It's good enough, but again, I need something. I need something else to kind of grab me. It looks good too. I'm glad that it actually looks good. It's B. I think it's all B so far. Hopefully the second half does something that'll knock it up to an A. I don't think I watched a single episode of that. I didn't watch the Not Natsume's Book of Friend show. The Not Natsume's Book of Friend. I watched a few episodes of it. I think it was solid. I think this is like one of those shows that if I didn't have a lot of shows to watch, I'd probably just sit down and watch it. But I didn't really have as much There wasn't enough there to really kind of pull me to go watch another episode of it. It's fine. Mangatsu is one of the worst cute girls doing cute things I've seen, to be honest. Really. The Pantsu episode was great though. The definition of shallow people, unless the author takes the time to show how their appearance is the commodity, like actor or model. Definition of shallow people, unless the author takes the time to show I'm guessing you're talking about the new game one, or what? This week was was up to 6 seasons before I ever heard of it. Really? So you had a lot of good stuff to watch then. Like, Natsume's Book of Friends is super good. I've always loved it. It's comfort food, yeah. Love Garashi, what? I get it though, there's better ones. I mean, there is a lot of really good cute girls doing cute things shows, so it's got a lot of competition. Snowball Planet, I dropped it a little bit after, like, it was the crazy, like, the girl that can control them. They had her backstory. I stopped watching about there. I just didn't care for it. I really didn't like the characters. I didn't like the comedy. It had some massive, like, poorly placed comedy points that didn't really feel right to me. CGI was okay. Is Snowball for you? Oh my gosh, shut up. Anyways, Opansu. It's just dumb ecchi stuff. I'm not even gonna sit here and try to overly describe this. I like for an ecchi show and in general, I'm probably gonna put it in C area. It knows what it is. It's a stupid show about the character making the girl show their ponsus while giving a disgusted face. I really liked the episode with the isekai. Weakest season? No, you had the Isekai Demon Lord episode. Like, it's one of the best skits. It's literally like they come before the Demon Lord and she's like, "Oh, I've read these stories about isekais and you want to wed me. That way we can, take care of the world together." And he's like, "No, I just want to see you show me a Ponsu with a disgusted face." And she's like, "Are you serious? You'll take that over saving the world?" And he says, "Yes." And he literally dies. He gets to see the Ponsu and dies in isekais again, or reincarnates again. It was like one of the best little bits. I also like the one where, like, he's a transfer student, like he leaves to go to like Brazil or something like that, and so she studies for like an entire year, and he comes back to just ask for the Ponsu. So he's Denji basically, yes. They're stupid. It's so stupid. It's funny. Like, in general, Ponsu is just stupid because it's funny and stupid. Japan loves being stepped on from how Damimami would sometimes. Yeah, it's even like it's this one. It's like Dogiza. There's like a whole subgenre of this, of like just humiliate me, just for the comedy bit. Yeah, it did visually look not great, but I don't know that Opansu's ever been great looking, honestly. I don't remember what was that. I think it was Brazil. I'm going to Brazil? Why? Why am I going to Brazil? I watched season 1 and season 2. It looked better. I haven't seen the previous seasons so freaking long, though. I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen Opansu in so freaking long. I couldn't tell you. Alright, Akane Banashi. How many more do we have, by the way? This one I dropped. I never even started this. I dropped. Don't really care. I watched this. I dropped because, my god, the characters are so stupid and it freaking annoys me. I dropped because it just felt like generic isekai stuff. I didn't really watch enough to get an opinion of this. Didn't watch. What else? Yes. Didn't watch. kind of garbage. I dropped the cat and the teacher one because it's just garbage. Yeah, got a couple more. One more row to go. We got one more row to go. Miku is in Brazil, really? To be punished? Okay. Needy Girl and Kamina Botan are my favorites this season. Nice. I heard some good things about Needy Girl. I really wanted to read the novel first, or the visual novel first. Go on to her. That does not sound like it's something I want to do then. I love when that Pantsu anime had Miku from Idolmaster Cinderella Girls on there. The Pantsu anime had Miku from Idolmaster Cinderella Girls? Or is it just like she looked like her? Akari Banashi. I absolutely love the first episode, and I had a lot of hope for the show going in the second and third episode, and then the tournament arc started, and it very quickly dropped like a rock for me. I had hopes that Akane Banashi would be a extremely solid drama slice of life story about Rakugo. Something similar to things like Shogun Roku Rakugo Shinju. But what I did not realize was that I did not realize that the writer was going for more of a sports type of show, which is perfectly fine. If you want a sports show, you get the vibes there. It definitely has the hooks of like a sports type of show. It's just not what I wanted. It was just not what I wanted. Not Shonen Jump Rakugo. It's Shonen Jump sports. But yeah, instead of it being basketball or something, it's Rakugo. It's competition. Shonen competition. It's really what it is. You can't really say sports anymore. It's just competition in general. It's got the formula of that. And that's not really what I was looking for. It's also Shonen. Well, yeah, we're getting semantics here, obviously. Genres, or demographics are demographics. Shonen is a demographic, and in a lot of perspective for a lot of people, it's a genre. Shonen Jump is like a genre for a lot of people, but it's a demographic. Everything here legit is shonen. There's barely anything in this entire listing here that's not shonen. A lot of what you're seeing on your screen right now is all shonen. Everything is demographic to shonens. It's just how much does that sort of have its formula grips inside of it is the question mark, obviously. And this one has a very competition shonen type of formula that does not do it for me. The moment we got to that whole competition, it lost me. And it never really got me back. The ending was okay, but Summer and Sunday Vocation. Is it different? Is that the difference? Is better than this? But the Karuta one is also sports, really? So yeah, for me, like the first couple episodes, like S tier, high A tier at the least. By the end of the show, it's like low B. Like low B for me. Chihaya Furu is amazing. I'm expecting that I will probably really like Chihaya Furu. And that's really around the idea that, from what I understand, it's more... Like, here's my spectrum here. For me, when it comes to anything with some sort of competition in it, or regular competitions in it, or at least the characters are involved in something that has to be constantly in competition, my desire for those types of shows is March Comes In Like a Lion. March Comes In Like a Lion is my favorite example of how to handle that, where the competition isn't even at the forefront. They do it every now and then, and whenever they do that, there's weight to it because of how much the characters are involved, but that's what I love. What I don't like the best example of what I don't like
Just for the sake of getting through this example quickly, the second half of Kane Banashi. The second half of Kane Banashi is what I don't like. It's where every episode is introduced characters, show why they have a superpower in this competition and how they'll use that superpower, and then the competition happens. Next episode, here's the next person involved with this competition, here's their backstory and why it fuels their superpower, and that's how they use their superpower in the current competition. And they keep going through characters until eventually they come to the end. I like characters. I don't like competition. I don't like the competition and the abilities in the competition being the forefront. Their focus. Chiayafuru is very character focused. That's what I'm understanding, yes. What I understand, it's very character focused. It's very, I think, romance also, right? It has a developing relationship. If that's not spoilery. What about the butt fighting one? That's just comedy. That's a comedy, more comedy focused. It's a little bit different. For me, sports, Haikyuu. I've heard Haikyuu's very character focused. I wasn't getting too much of that early on, and I didn't really watch much of it. Picon the Animation is the best sports anime. I have yet to watch that one. When that first came out, its visual style really pushed me away, even though I knew from what people said it was really good. I have a hang up when it comes to art style. How do you like Uma Musume as a sports anime? I think Uma Musume works in its own way. I think every competition is just more hype than anything, not really necessarily it's like the competition is sort of just it's a bookend. Like, I think how Uma Musume works is that the competition itself is a bookend. It's not really necessarily a focus. But it does sort of every now and then find itself in the same situation. Every now and then, wherever it will focus too much on what makes them special. So it does stumble now and then. Yeah, it's kind of like there was a showing of the matches, and the match grips you and never let go. Like a sports is just more sophisticated slice of life, right? It does both. Okay, good. Ippo is top tier. Taku's spirit forced into Blue Lock when? You want to force me into Blue Lock? Why would you want to force me into Blue Lock? I tried Blue Lock. It did not work for me at all. I dropped it at some point. And sports anime is normally like that. It's why I low-key clock out a lot of the sports animes, to be honest. Yeah. Girls on Panzer is the only sports tournament anime I care about. Girls on Panzer are great. Girls on Panzer is great. Watch Ping Pong. I will eventually. TFR is characters, and because of that, it makes it more gripping because of the characters. Yeah. I like whenever I care about the characters enough to watch a competition. That was kind of what I liked about Big Wind Up. Big Wind Up has like an entire season to a competition. But because I liked the character so much, I wanted to see what happened in that competition. Yeah, Tsunade is very character focused too. Anyways. Because it would be funny. Forcing someone to Blue Lock sounds like something from a wrestling show. So you could try to play Blue Lock match. No. ReZero shorts, they're good. I've always liked the ReZero shorts, especially whenever they show us lore that should have been in the anime. Sengoku, Nippon Sengoku. Oh, where's my button? My gosh. Probably easily the biggest disappointment of the season. Now, Akane Banashi was probably my biggest disappointment. Nippon Sangoku still manages to do something good towards the later part. Also, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I still like Nippon Sangoku, but like it had potential that unfortunately it didn't truly bank on. AL's a isekai protect. What? So, for those that missed my coverage of Nippon Sangoku, let me bring up some of these characters because I don't remember all the characters' names, unfortunately. There's a lot of characters in this damn show. Where is Nippon Sangoku? Did nobody watch Nippon Sangoku? Where is it in any chart? Is it in the is it in the ONAs again? It's gotta be an ONA, isn't it? Yeah, it's an ONA. Where is it at? There it is. Okay. I was about to say, did nobody watch this freaking show as this low? It probably wasn't really watched. Oh, it's got 46,000. That's not bad. Anyways, when I first started watching this show, of course, my early like hyping of it, yeah, it is technically on Prime, so that kind of hurts it, is Misumi. Misumi, when I first was covering the show, I said Misumi makes it. Misumi's an incredible main character. If they bank on him as a character, this show's incredible. From the very get-go, when he puts aside his frustration, his desire for revenge, in order to use his brain, he gets his revenge in its own way. Misumi was a great character. He meets Asama, and Asama wasn't really selling for me, but Misumi, again, sells it. Then it gets into everything with Taira, which I thought Taira overall is an interesting main villain character. He's basically the antagonist for what we've seen so far. But most of my focus was seeing what Misumi would do, enjoying Ryumon, and potentially taking over this force, because it's obviously this big warring period of Japan that we've created. The moment that they shifted over to the war, when the war starts to kick up and Misumi becomes like a background character, I lost a lot of my care for this show. And I, at some point, was about to check out, and then Misumi shows up again in order to resolve the war, the conflict itself. And then it suddenly got interesting again. So I found that if this show can ever manage to keep Misumi in the focus, I'll enjoy it. But if he ever is not, I won't. And I think a lot of that has to do with how the story is being told without Misumi around. It's just mostly they attacked, they countered. They attacked, they countered. Here's the story of who they're attacking, and here they're attacking, and they countered. It's a lot of like what happens on the battlefield, but not necessarily much about the characters. So I'd be curious if anybody knows the source material, if it becomes more Misumi focused now that he's technically achieved something. Well, no, he's technically been stripped at this point. I'm just curious if he's ever going to be a focus of the story, if it's just, is the focus Taira? Because I feel like it spends more time with Taira than anything, and he's the antagonist. The war itself is not interesting, I guess the best way to put it. Misumi and how he navigates a very corrupt political system is what's interesting to me. Tom Botan's not better. He's not. It is not at the top. I've been hearing Nippon fell off. Yeah. Nadeko Sengoku. I would love that. I was more disappointed by Witch Hat than this. I got carried away by Witch Hat hype. I enjoyed Nippon. Yeah, I could see people getting carried off by Witch Hat hype. You missed Botan political discussion? I didn't continue it, but every time I'm on Twitter, everyone is glazing the ending, how it's disappointing. Nippon Sangoku's source material ending is disappointing, or the show itself is ending is disappointing? Almost like it could be a if Subaru. The speculations are crazy. What? Second season is already confirmed. Yeah, that's what original. Nippon fell off. It should be studied. Thanks for the hydrate. I'm surprised sometimes, but you're getting confused. What, the chat? Well, because I'm reading back. I don't know what you guys are thinking about when you chat sometimes, obviously. But anyways. Where would I put Nippon Sangoku? Where would I put Nippon Sangoku? Like, legitimately outside of, again, my moments with Misumi, I think the only part that I really liked outside of his moments is probably with Ryumon and his what was it called, the empty temple or whatever it was called, where he's on the bridge and he tricks them into thinking that he has an army behind him. That segment was really good. That was a really cool little segment. But outside of that, if Misumi wasn't involved, I didn't really care about the show. That's where we're really at, and I think that's probably 3/4 of the series. Like, even the other chick, what was her name? Yeah, Wajima. I didn't even care about Wajima. I really didn't even care about Wajima. Taira, the son of Taira was a okay little segment, but not that interesting. With Sogo here. I think B. I think I'm in a B area with it. I like the femboy swordsman. You classify him femboy? That's crazy. That's crazy to classify him as femboy. Baron, thanks for the follow. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. That's crazy. We're cute girls, though? Well, the leader of the other group was a cute girl, I guess. Wajima here. She was kind of more beautiful than anything, but yeah. Very beautiful character. Am I wrong? Yes, you're 100% wrong. I mean, he's feminine. I guess there's a feminine there. I'm with you 50%. Be his Clutterbill coil summed and send him to sea? Not yet. Not yet. Marriage Toxin. Let's find out what else we're gonna put in B before. Marriage Toxin. I think Marriage Toxin, along with no, because like it's a lot better than that one. Marriage Toxin is like just, it is 100% just okay. It is like the epitome of an okay show. Like it's not doing anything incredible. It's got some really beautiful animation pieces here and there. Like the very last fight had a really amazing animation piece in it. The girl with her little like witch spell, her little magic show that she did was very beautiful. There's like these really good points of like animation wise, but like it's just kind of shield target, protection target of the week, and will he find romance every single week. It's okay. Like it's a good watch. It's a good watch. I think my favorite, I think the chemistry between the main two is like, I think probably like the biggest sell overall. Yeah, but we have girl boss femboy. He literally is he literally is the best girl the entire show. He's like the most hot looking character is literally a boy. I think it does have a nice little message in there, like him finding love and wanting to find that love thanks to his bug friend. Like all that stuff is decent. It's just, again, not enough to really like sell me on it overall. It kind of just turns into like, who is he gonna fight next week and will he resolve the situation? It's a master monster per week. Another B. My personal favorite anime of spring 2026 is Ganbare Nakamura-kun. Yeah, it's a really sweet show. Like I mentioned, I enjoy what I watch, but I'm just not into boy love. More B, Lamau. The ridiculous. I hate saying the name of this show. Ridiculous Reincarnation. Ridiculous title in English. I still hate that name. I still hate that translation. It's like C. Obviously, comedy subjective. We all know that, right? Everybody? Of every genre, comedy is the most subjective genre ever. Everybody finds different comedy to be their, like, thing. For me, this comedy, while it does give me a chuckle early on, I typically find that I wane over time. It is a lot of the comedy for Ridiculous is the ridiculous nature of everything. It is guy is being reincarnated as objects rather than having a full proper reincarnation, and so he's being thrown into just the most absurd different things to be reincarnated as, like the first one being the rib of the hero, other ones like it's a crab and stuff like that, a door to the demon lord or whatever, a clock hand on a clock tower. Like, they're the most stupid reincarnations possible. And then what it turns into is a series of then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. And it's always like a... What's the game where you have to enter in random things and then that goes into a story? What is it called? I'm blanking on what it's called. You're asked like a place and an object. Mad Libs, yes. It's literally Mad Libs isekai. It's like the most absurd... They literally Mad Libbed all the isekai stories, and then they made him into a story. I'm convinced that the writer Mad Libbed the entire thing. And again, that's fine, but for me, like, it gets tiresome really quickly. Like, oh, and then something really crazy happened again, and oh yeah, and now this crazy thing happened. At some point, I get it wanes for me. It's funny at first, but it always kind of wanes for me. At some point, the lack of structure makes me not find it as funny because it's so lacking structure. I guess the best way to put it. It's because human reincarnation is boring. Everyone do it. Mine is go nuts. Right. And I do appreciate it for that. I do like that it's just kind of stupid about it. Vinny Machine, yeah. I like playing around with these art styles, though. Yeah, I do like some of the use of some of the art styles. Like, every single reincarnation is like some different art style. Some of it feels like really lazy. Some of them were very, very lazy, but some of them are very creative. Like, I especially like the cutouts animations on the cards. That stuff's really cool. So I'm gonna put it like in a C. I think it's a solid little comedy, but it's kind of back and forth on when I like it. I think the overall story was pretty solid. Like, I was legitimately impressed that they actually managed to put something cohesive together for the story. Like it's kind of like not, I wanted to say Death Parade, because Death Parade is kind of an example of where I almost didn't want them to get an overall story. But I guess it's sort of the similar thing there, where like at some point I knew that they were getting into a bigger plot line, and I was almost thinking you probably shouldn't try to do this. But then they did it, and it actually did turn into a decent story. like good on you for actually having thought of something in the end. I think I love it conceptually, not really for its funny, but for the formula that works for me. Yeah, it's got a good formula to it. I agree with that. I feel like it's a callback to those reactions to bad movies. But yeah, I was going to say that. I actually thought about that while I was watching it. It feels like Mystery Science Theater. It feels like Mystery Science Theater. Because every time he goes and does it, he comes back and they sit down and they watch it. And it does feel like they're constantly making critiques or comments about what's happening on the screen as it's going along. Like if they just literally put down their silhouettes at the bottom of the screen, it would literally be like on the nose at that point. Yeah, I legit thought Mystery Science Theater when I was watching it. So you thanks for reminding me of that. Personally, I prefer human reincarnation stories that tell objects than being objects in animals, especially if you're including romance in it. Yeah, for romance, it definitely helps, right? For romance, it helps a lot. Heyman Saito was like that comedy turned crazy story. Yeah, Heyman Saito didn't work too well. At least that second plot line was not good in my opinion. It was too serious. But the later one was good, even though it turned into a funny plot line. I think animal ones can be interesting. Mr. Science Theater 3000 was pretty great for that. I missed Mr. Science Theater 3000. That was a really good show. I experienced some pretty terrible movies. I think I wouldn't have watched it otherwise if it weren't for Mystery Science Theater. That was literally the whole like shtick there, was like, here's some horrible stuff, let's watch it. Shake my head, only B for Kamen Botan, especially during Pride Month. Shake my head. I could care less about the month it being in. If the show's good or not. Oh, I forgot. Pride Month. Damn it, I forgot. I know you're joking, by the way. Damn it, I forgot. Shoot. How can I forget? I mean, Beauty and the Beast exists. Hat me up real good. Ain't no way bring Pride Month for Botan. Lord of Mysteries special episode 1. I know there's more episodes coming, but at least for episode 1 so far, I liked it. It was kind of a story that we kind of skipped with the City of Silver. For a single episode, I will admit that it wasn't like to the caliber of like the season 1's storytelling, because it's just a single episode for like his entire backstory. But it has me super intrigued for the City of Silver, that's for sure. And yeah. Happy Father's Day, by the way. Happy Father's Day for that episode. I loved it. I like seeing human characters try to figure out animal behavior. Yeah, sometimes if they actually get into it properly. So many comedy animes drop the comedy halfway through and become bad and bland dramas. Yeah, I don't like that. Like I said, that was my issue with Heyman Saito. Red Ranger Adventure in Another World did the same things. Like, stop trying to be serious out in it. Just focus on the comedy. When is 2 Hero X coming back? I 100% asked the same damn question, because I want that whole tournament to happen. And 2 and 3 will be overarching plot episodes. Oh, yeah. Kill Blue. It's like C. It's like it is a solid C episode or series. I don't even know why I kept watching it. It was okay. Like, it was definitely not Shonen Jump's best. They didn't bring their best with this one. It was okay. Old man becoming schooler again and being obsessed with studying and protecting people from random bad guys that show up every week. Shrug. What was Kill Lao's studio? Production IG question mark? Q. It's Q. Studio Q. That was Production IG. Very new studio. It was a monument to a monument to me. Why did I want to say monumental monument to mediocrity. I'll read it right next time. Love Tyrant did 1 episode of comedy and then 11 episodes of generic shonen slog. Kill Blue with Grand Blue and Blue Box. It is literally the year Blue, yes. I think we talked about that at some point. Disagree. Love Tyrant was great. It was alright. Dr. Stone. We have like 1 episode left of this, right? Like the finale. Legit, the finale is like this week, I think. When was it? Oh wait, did they finally show the last episode today? Yeah, it was today. Apparently the finale aired. It's today. Okay, thank you. So yeah, the finale aired, and while I can't tell you if it's great, I'm pretty sure it's probably great because I haven't heard really that much negative stuff around the finale of the manga. It's been a good season. I think overall this season's been good. I had a lot of negativity around the Americas seasons, but I think this season was overall a lot better. Is that like B plus A for me? I'll put an A. I got enough B's right now. Saw Brandon upload the video. Brandon. The best blue is is still appropriately enough perfect blue. Yeah, I don't think there's ever gonna beat perfect blue. When it comes to blue color in titles, I don't think anything's gonna beat perfect blue. It's literally a perfect movie. If you catch yourself saying senku instead of arigato to your friends, you may be watching too much Dr. Stone. Is it a joke to senku? Dr. Stone is still running. Yeah, the last episode apparently. The final season, last episode's today. I love how people are concerned about him getting with popular girls when he's older man, but turned back into high school student. Oh, you mean with Kill Blue? Yeah, I think it did. I think the show overall handles it well. Like, legit, like, with the whole confessions. Like, my daughter, that worked one time, but as she got older, that would have been scary if she said it again. Like, there's an obvious, like, break there that he just does not cross. Or a bridge that he does not cross. It just doesn't work for him. Have you watched anime in Latin America Spanish dub? No. I think I watched some clips of like Mishiko Tensei, like it was like an edit scene where she did the Nya thing. That's about it. So what I rate Reincarnated as a Vending Machine season 3, it would be in the dropped area because I never watched it. I watched season 1, I was like, that's enough. I don't really care much for this. Wasn't working for me. The joke is thank you. Yeah. So I got the joke. The Gyaru show, I haven't really watched that much of it. I might finish it. I'm not entirely sure. What I was watching of it so far, I wasn't like super impressed because it felt like it was too much of the she doesn't want to admit that she's actually an otaku, but she's actually an otaku, and yeah, like yeah. I think that's it. We did it. We finished it. I think we finished it. We finished it. We did it. Do I want to move anything? Do I want to move anything? I kind of want to shift things down because we don't really have any D's. It's not like any of these things are actually D's. I think most of my D's are in the dropped area. So like everything that I still watched is like good. That's why I don't have any D's. Is because I dropped them. So it's really just like bringing some of this stuff down to C tier if they actually deserve to be in C tier, which I think probably like, I don't know, Mare's Toxin maybe. Probably Canon is probably more suited for like a C area, which is not, C's not horrible. Would I bring any of the A's down? Probably Yawa Yawa Sensei. It's not like, oh my gosh, anime of the year contender or anything like that. I think A should probably be kept to just anime of the year contender, so probably I'd bring down Observation Logs too. Probably even Dr. Stone. Now B's too congested again. I think that's fine. Like B being congested is fine with me. Kind of a middle area there. I love Gatos, but I admit the show is weak. Yeah, it wasn't doing much for me overall. Like, the characters just didn't have much to them. Again, I watched like 3 or 4 episodes. The other show is what Andrew expected, how bad the romance of the Gyaru show is what Andrew expects how bad the romance on Ramparts is. Gyaru's show is what Andrew expects how bad the romance on Ramparts is. I've read that like 3 times. I'm still not getting it. I'm still not getting it from reading like 4 times. I did it, yes. I did it. Thank you. Gyaru is fun. You should continue Got to Go. Angel needs to drop into C though. That is rage bait. It's rage bait? Why is it rage bait? What did it? Where did it? Show me on the doll where it touched you. C is mid. C is like, it's good. It's probably gonna be like, C is probably gonna be like the 4 to 5 out of 10 area. Failed to parse. The Liar Game made me so annoyed. Such a lacking production by Madhouse. Are you a fan of the source material? Because I wasn't liking it just because the characters drove me nuts. Like that whole beginning segment where she gave the money, that dude literally made me want to throw something. Not the fact that she gave the money to her teacher, because there's like a she's obviously purposely made out to be kind of dumb, but the fact the guy did too. The fact that the guy did too was like, oh, I want to throw something right now. I think that was very enjoyable. I might give it a watch. So C and below average. It's average below average, yeah. Like I said, it's like 4 to 5 out of 10. And like I said, I always use like the full spectrum of like all 10 for my crazy long list of shows that I have in my AnyList, so Imagine Liar Games is a comedy show. You imagine it as a comedy show? It might be more enjoyable that way. That was outsourced production. A lot of stuff that comes out of Madhouse isn't great. That's why I always like, whenever we had the whole situation with not Miami. God damn it, I hate that. We had that whole situation with One Punch Man. Everybody was like, oh my gosh, I want Madhouse to be doing this. I'm like, you guys realize that Madhouse, it's not like everything that comes out of Madhouse is gold. Like, Liar Game does not look good. Awajima, in some cases, doesn't look good. Dinner Detective Table does not look good. Wandance does not look good. Trillion Game, there's some styling choices there, but it's not like an incredible looking show. Orb did not look good. Orb was carried by the directing. Overlord has a lot of really bad looking CGI in it. Yamada-kun at level 99, it's okay, but it's not like incredibly animated. Gene of AI didn't look good. Vampire Dies did not look good. Did not look good. Sometimes didn't look good. Some of these are stylistic choices, but it's not like the studio is like everything that comes out of it's gold. I don't know what this perspective is that Madhouse produces gold all the time. It's just what they're a production house. They're gonna do with what they're given. If they're given the time and the budget for it, they're gonna do an incredible job like Frieren. But they're not everything that comes out of them is Frieren. Awajima is good. Yeah, Awajima, I think a lot of it's in the directing. Yeah, you can see his staff is stacked on Frieren. Yeah, I think most of them are probably working on Frieren. Tactopus had a lot of good animation set pieces. It wasn't always like visually perfect. It had some stumbling points, but yeah, it had some good stuff in there. Yeah, One Punch Man, I think, was the production team technically gave them an expectation ever since season 1 to always have that, and it was never going to be that. Yeah, this is like a good example right here. Like Prince of Stride, Prince of Stride looked far better than it had any right to look. Like some of the races they had looked so freaking good. Like they did a good job of showing parkour. All of them in the Sky did not. So it's a very hit and miss studio. Like when they're on point, but other times they're not. No Game No Life obviously has some really beautiful, art. Now, granted, No Game No Life, a lot of it's not incredibly animated. They did a good job with the directing. After Lost was not a good-looking show. After Lost was not a good-looking show. No Guns Life struggled a lot. Aka's very directing. I'll give Madhouse has some talented directors get involved with a lot of their stuff that do great things with what they're given. Because again, Orb was not very high budget. It didn't seem like. It was just very beautifully directed. Awajima and Liar Game are both desaturated palettes. Huge difference to the show is how it looks executed. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about art. I'm mostly talking about animation wise. What and the other one is Shadow House. My love story was hilarious. Trigger though, like what? Like consistent quality, you mean? The only studio that has consistent quality is Kyoto Animation and Ufotable. Again, both of them have not always been like stellar. But the only two studios that I can ever say consistently looks good is Kyoto Animation and Ufotable ever since they got that Type Moon / shoot, hold on. I hate that I can't properly I've gotten so used to being able to search for my anime listings, because my anime list has the worst search box ever, and so I'm so used to Google searching anything from my anime list. And now that I'm trying to use AniList more, I'm used to doing searches in Google and it not working for AniList. Let's just do this. This will look better. Burp and this. That's the wrong one. I almost pulled up Dean. That's not the right one. Yeah, Kyoto Animation and Ufotable is the only ones that are like consistently good. And that's because, again, with Ufotable, ever since it was around here. Around here is where the money started flowing in for them. They were doing a lot of like really cool like PVs and whatnot. No, that's even further back. We're going back further. Here? Yeah, right here. Kyoto Ragtime's good. But yeah, like you get back here to like Ninja Nonsense and stuff like that. This is where like they started getting like some money pumped into them. They started doing some crazy stuff. It was like PVs they were doing. They were doing like some really good PVs. And they got that Type Moon money. And they just like absolutely took off. There really isn't any like, oops, they fell apart right here or something. Like you could make arguments for like God Eater having some bleh CGI, but they've always had like these bleh CGI moments. Mappa's consistent too. I have to double check it. You might be right though. Which studio used to be, but then now every now and then they kind of come up with something like, you know, Bookworm. But again, there is a thing to be said about it's not always the choice of the studio. Again, Madhouse, I don't think it's like they want to make something bad. It's just they don't have, in some cases, they don't have the budget for it. Didn't Midget Cloverworks? I'd have to check Cloverworks. Because, like, yeah, like with Kyoto Animation, like, when was the last time we had, like, production bad show? Never. Like, ever? Like, ever? No. It's just like, maybe at their beginnings they might have some stumbling points, but like, holy crap. Like, this is a group that has their own in-house training and stuff. Like, they take care of their peeps. I don't know. I'll play into this. Let's look at Cloverworks. There. That took me no time at all. You didn't come with your best, okay? Who said that? Who said that? I'm gonna call you out. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call you out. Who said that? You'll know. He didn't mention Cloverworks. I didn't even get past one screen. One screen, and bam, I already ran into one. Yes, Cloverworks has some amazing, visually stunning shows, but they're not. It's not like they're always looking to adapt incredible shows. They have a lot of really good-looking shows, though, but they're not restricting themselves to only high-caliber visually shows. Tokyo 24th Ward had some. It was good, but it was not always great. You said Mappa, not Clover. I literally just read your comment, unless you were responding to somebody else. I agree, but Cloverworks had good shows since Fiasco and Promised Land. Who? Okay, so who? Okay, I'm sorry, Ilno. Who brought up Cloverworks? Who do I shame? Okay, sorry, Ilno. Who do I shame instead of you? Anyways, yeah. They do not have. Again, I respect that some cases it's just more of a factor that they just take the work and the work isn't like high budget. It's perfectly fine. I'm not against that. Cygames Pictures, I think, is like really Cygames Pictures, I think, is an example of a company trying to get their name out there by just pumping in the money. They pumping in the money. Bring up Wit. Wit's got a lot of nasties. Wit is not. I mean, we have a sentence bookworm. Let me do Attack on Titan. See, this is dumb because I have to search for just the shows that have the studio to be able to bring them up quickly on Google. Bring them up. Let's bring it. I like how we're just like shaming stuff. We're like just bringing up shows and just our studios and shaming them. How do we shame this company? Yeah, Sense of Bookworm has not been looking great. It has not been looking great. These are beautiful. But then I don't think they worked really much on season 3. I haven't watched Love Through the Prism. I don't want to criticize Nokotan because a lot of it's going to be comedic and on purpose, and they have some really crazy moments in it. Suicide Squad Isekai wasn't great. Suicide Squad Isekai wasn't great. Grim Variations, I don't remember being like high caliber all the time, but it was fine. Kizuno no Ai out of the second season. Kizuno Ai is horrible. Kizuno Ai is horrible. This show was not good looking. There you go. There's a big, massive stain on them. I would say orange, but slightly soured on them. Yeah. They're kind of their own thing, though. They're their own thing entirely. C2C? What's something that C2C's worked on? Bubble's good. Vampire was alright. Story-wise, I think it looked good. What else in here is like, ugh. Climbing Girls is ugh. I think they have at least one show a year that's like, ugh. I think Wit Studio has one show a year of bleh. Like, oh, this is the budget team. The budget team worked on that one. Shangri-La, that's right. White Fox stumbles a lot. White Fox does stumble a lot. There's obviously where they put their teams on. Yeah. I would say C2C is consistently 6 and above. I think C2C is consistently 6 and above. Like Shangri-La Frontier looks great, but like I think everything else really is like a 6, and sometimes around there. Like sometimes it dips down to like a 4, but then it comes back up to a 5 and a 6. Yeah, some of these older ones like gonna be obviously a little more rougher. Studio bind. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, like not mid in a derogatory term is legit like middle. It's legit by the definition middle. I don't studio bind. I think besides like a slip up with season 2 of Mushoku Tensei is he's got a consistent team of people that they kind of work with and kind of go all out with. But like I'm not one to sugarcoat some of the stuff they do. Like Mushoku Tensei season 1 was like, oh, it's so good. Like this was like a beautiful season. And then like season 2 part 1 was rough. But Onimai was incredibly animated. Season 2 part 2 kind of picked it back up. Ghibli. Ghibli. Flower and Asura was a beautiful show. I liked it visually a lot. It wasn't incredible all the time, but it was beautiful. Ruri Rocks was incredible again. I'm hoping season 3 is going to be good. Really hoping. Yeah, I think season 2 part 1 was like the only like really big flop point for Bind. Season 2 part 1 was like its biggest flop. And even season 2 part 2, it was like rough at points, but they pulled it into something great at the very end there. I do love Bind as a studio a lot. Astra was peak. I did like a lot of Flower and Astra. I didn't like the later arc of the season. Gohans? No. I'm not gonna look at Gohans. I'm not gonna look at Gohans. Top 3 studios. Wait, do I still have my list? I wonder if I have my list still. I wonder if I would actually move it around. I did a tier list for studios at some point, didn't I? There it is. Oh, it reset. Never mind. I don't know. For me right now, I think it's probably for top 3. KyoAni has to be in there. Kyoto Animation has to be in there. I kind of want to say Ufotable. But they're just like mostly just animation wise. I mean, besides, you know, obviously like Garden of Sinners and stuff was just like incredible. The follow. I had a follow. Who followed? Jowser. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, like consistently across the board, I've had very few times where Kyoto Animation has disappointed me. Like I legit. I guess I can bring this over here. Do we even have... This is, like, quite old, so there's going to be some... I think... Is Bind even in here? I don't see Bind. So this is old enough that Bind's not even in here. This is so old that Bind's not in here. There's Kyoto Animation. Like, I would easily... Kyoto Animation... PA Works, if you asked me like 8 years ago, I would probably say PA Works. But PA Works has not been great lately. Like, it has some moments, but like overall, PA Works has been struggling. Me and PA Works are kind of in a moment. Yeah, me and PA Works, we go way back. What the fan art? Thank you so much for the 25 months. You just passed that 2-year mark. Thank you so much. Andrew, so what were the S tier spring shows? Where is it? Over here? Here? Those two. We have two. I'm sorry, Yaoi Yaoi Sensei did not end up in S tier. I contemplated it. I know you're rooting for it. But Yaoi Yaoi Sensei did not end up in S tier, unfortunately. Oh, let's looks. Where is? I just brought it up. There it is. PA Works. I'm still processing the fact that they're gonna be doing a slop cheat skills show. I did not think they would ever see the day that PA Works was doing a slop. I mean, it's potentially gonna be good, hopefully, but was not expecting to see them doing a cheat skill show. But come on, gals can't be an otaku. Don't you want gals to be kind to you? I didn't finish it yet. I'm planning on potentially watching it, but I have not finished it yet. So that I used S tier properly. I fight with myself sometimes. Anyways, PA Works. They did some of the episodes in that one. But yeah, see, like, when was PA Works like my go-to? Like, what was the point which they were like peak for me? (2014). This is the point where I felt like PA Works could do no wrong. There was Glass Slip. I still had a hesitation there because of Glass Slip. But I think in 2014, this was like, I felt like they were my studio. Because my favorite anime of all time at the time was Hanasaki Roha. Hanasaki Roha was like, it was like the anime that was at the right time for me, and it shook me. Like, it was like I needed this in my life at the time. I love and hate True Tears. I loved and hated that show, like, with a burning passion. I loved it and I hated it at the same time. Angel Beats was absolutely phenomenal. It was like one of the best shows of all time when it aired. I was one of the few people that loved Another. I think Another did really good with like suspense and the horror that it had. I loved Tari Tari as a slice of life. I thought it was great. Again, I was super high on the movie for Hanasaki Roha. A Lull in the Sea, I absolutely loved. I hated some parts at the time jump. There was parts about that I hated, but I still loved it. I didn't watch Red Data Girl. There was something about it I didn't like. Eccentric Family, I dropped it first, but then I fell in love with it. I think it's one of the best of its genre, even to this day. Shirobako was incredible. A great look into the anime industry, and just a perfect like school life drama, or not school life, work life drama. Glass Slip was like a We don't talk about Glass Slip. But then 2015 happens. I thought it was a perfect studio, like the perfect studio for me. But then 2015 happens. And nothing that... It's not that anything in particular was horrible. It's just... Nothing was to the caliber of 2014 and back. Charlotte... it has a lot of rough points in it, but I kind of want to like it. Haruchika was an adaptation of something that just wasn't good. Like, it wasn't a good adaptation, or it wasn't a good story to adapt. Kuromukuro, it was an okay mecha, but it wasn't a great story. The characters weren't that good. Sakura Quest, I wanted to love it, but I was kind of bored watching it. Eccentric Family, great season 2, loved it. Makia, loved it. Umusume, loved it. Sirius Jaeger, bleh. Bleh. Iraduku, I liked. I really liked Iraduku. Fairy Gone. Bleh. Like, this is all we had for an entire year was Fairy Gone. Bleh. Then we had Apararanma was blah. The Day I Became a God, I actually liked The Day I Became a God. I know that a lot of people didn't like it. I liked it. Aquatope on White Sand, I wanted to like it. I really badly wanted to like it. I like the first half, but like the second half, no. Just it fell apart for me, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of people like Aquatope. I was not a fan of the second part of Aquatope. Unfortunately, it fell off for me. Your Boy Coming was really good. Akima Maid War, I liked the first half. It falls off for me. Bloody Daddies with Shrug. Skip and Loafer's a really good show. Didn't like Mayonaka Punch. Didn't care for Nade Nade. Sakuna was okay. Like, again, we're just... Where's the Hanasaki Rojas? Where is the Lull in the Seas? Where's you know, the Shirabakos? At some point, they just bleh. These are just bleh. They're fine, but not greats anymore. Kind of like Fairy Gone, to be honest. It had a cool world. I liked the world of Fairy Gone. Iraduku was nice. Yeah. Again, it's not that like anything is like incredibly horrible beyond 2014. It's just nothing to the big moments of back then. I still appreciate that PA Works focuses on originals and lets people tell the stories they want to tell, but like they're not in a lot of cases really good stories. I have not watched the movie yet, no. I still think they have a good pedigree and visual quality. Yeah, PA Works is very heavily slice of life focused, so there's a lot of reasons why I love a lot they do. Passion is okay. Passion is not great, but they're okay. Anyways, that's my TED Talk about PA Works. So that's my PA Works TED Talk. Yeah, Dogakobo had like was a big studio for me for the longest time because of the fact that there were so many cute girls doing cute things shows. That was definitely a big thing for me with Dogakobo. So no, I would probably say like PA Works, or not PA Works, KyoAni. I almost want to say MAPPA, just because I think they have like so many good visual spectacles. But if that was gonna be the case, I'd probably choose Ufotable more, because at least I have a lot of stories with Ufotable stuff that I really enjoy, like the Type Moon stuff. But I don't know. It's legitimately hard for me to choose like 3, just because I think Cloverworks is giving me a lot of really enjoyable shows that I like, for sure. Sunrise has a lot of incredible stuff as well. Yeah, I outside of like Kyoto Animation, I can't really legitimately say that there's any other studio that I'm like, yeah, everything out of them is great. Let me look at Dogakobo lately. Let's do I want to put PA Works in there a lot, but yeah. Can you just get the studio, please? There are some flops here and there, but there's a lot of shows in here that I really, really love. But yeah, this is like way back here. Where was it at? Like, I think it was about around New Game, I think, is the point which people started kind of... we think we kind of claimed that, like, this studio was, like, the studio of, like, cute girls doing cute things. Because, like, Wataten and stuff like that, Uza made, Helpful Fox Senko-san. They just did, like, a lot of really good cute girls doing cute things types of shows. I think the first show that they had that I really liked was probably Monthly Girl Nozaki-kun. Cloverworks is fighting for me, I think, to become a studio that I really like. I think whenever I see Cloverworks, I'm always kind of excited to see what they do. For sure. Trigger. We've had Trigger discussions in the past. Hold on a second. I'll use Kill la Kill because it's an easy one to find Trigger. We've had discussions in the past where I felt like people believed that I hated Trigger, but then I would show that I actually like more about Trigger than what I don't like. But I don't know that there's really much in Trigger. While I do enjoy a lot of their shows, that I'm like, this is in my anime of all time. Like there's legit, I don't think a single show that they've done that's in my top 100 animes of all time. No, there's one. There's one show from Trigger that is in my top anime of all time. I'm not sure how high, but Witch Academia. Little Witch Academia, the first one, this one. This is literally in my, I think, one of the best anime of all time. Like this is a perfect anime. Which is wild that it's 76. This is wild to me that this is a 76. This is wild to me. The fact that Little Witch Academia is a 76, that is wild to me. That is wild to me. Whatever. Edge Runners, I like Edge Runners a lot, but I don't think it's like an amazing show. I have a lot of issues with Cyberpunk Edge Runners towards the later part of it. A lot of the narrative storytelling towards the later part of it's like very rough. It gets really rough towards later parts. I really do enjoy it though. I don't even know what else is up there for me. I wasn't a massive fan of Kill la Kill. I do like it, just not a massive fan. Delicious in Dungeon's up there for me. I really like this Delicious in Dungeon. Delicious in Dungeon. Poor Becky. Like, that's legit making me really question myself. Like, I'm gonna go back and actually rewatch it. I'm pretty sure that Little Witch Academia, the original movie they made for that film festival, was, like, pretty much like a perfect movie. Like, a great story from beginning to end. Visually, like, animation-wise, was great. The Peak Irish... Yeah, we were talking about... I don't want to get into too much into the weeds of it, but, like... Easily, Shaft used to be like without a doubt, it's in the list. There was a period of time where Shaft, without question, without hesitation, would be in my top favorite studios of all time. Up until this point. Up until 2019. That was where this was a no hesitation in my list. I loved everything. Well, I don't love everything. For me, Sayonara Zetsuba Sensei was my first introduction into Shaft. I think? No, because I watched Nejima and Moonface. I don't think I was acknowledging who Shaft was until Zetsuba Sensei. Because this is where I felt like the Shaft creativity suddenly appear for me. Again, a lot of what you see in the Monogatari series was like created in Sayonara Zetsuba Sensei. Zetsuba Sensei was hilarious. I loved it when I watched it. And then, of course, I watched the Monogatari series, which was like, again, it's in my top 10 anime of all time. Incredible series. Madoka Magica comes out. I hated it at first, but then I watched the movies again later on. I really enjoyed it. I didn't watch Nisekoi much. I don't even think I acknowledged it as a Shaft show. I didn't care for Gourmet Girl, but I was still watching the Monogatari series, so I was still loving Shaft. I loved March Comes Like a Lion. It was, like, again, one of my favorite anime of all time. I even like Fate Extra Last Encore, which a lot of people didn't like. And then 2019 concludes, and then something happens to Shaft. After 2019, something happens at Shaft that I was not... They lost their director or something. Like, he just stepped away for a moment. And then Assault Lily comes out. And then Magic Record, while... a lot of my hatred for Magic Record is really around the fact that I hate what they did with the mobile game. So don't take my perspective on Magic Record as anything worth paying attention to. I dropped Magic Record because I didn't like what Crunchyroll did with the app. But I didn't like Assault Lily. Pretty Boy Detective Club was good. And I think the director was still around then. But then, like, this came out. And this came out. It was like, what happened? Like, Quintessential Quintuplets, I didn't watch the specials. I need to watch that. This came back, so this kind of restored a little bit of hope that I had in it. This is okay. It feels like they pushed the alert button, so apparently the director's back, and he's working on stuff again. I don't know if they took him hostage again. Because, yeah, he worked on Pretty Boy Detective Club, and he disappeared. And then they got him back for this. Zom 100 wasn't them. I think they helped with it, but they weren't Zom 100. That's why I didn't point it out. Zom 100 was Bug Films. Yeah, Shaft was in the production. They weren't animating it. They may have helped. They may have used some of their staffers for it, probably. But it was technically Bug Films. They're only listing it because they were in production. Yeah, every studio is gonna do. Yeah, you're gonna. Any show that you watch, you'll see at the very end of it in the cast scrolls, you'll see tons of studios pop up. I've seen Kyoto Animation pop up in shows. I'm like, wait, what? Kyoto Animation worked on this one? Like, you'll see where they outsource to other shows. I mean, that's definitely a thing. These studios, they don't hate each other. If they can make some money off another studio, they'll do work for them. Anyways. Comics, okay, we'll do one more. Comics Waves. So what, like centimeters per second, right? And didn't they do centimeters per second? Yeah, Comics Waves. That was an easy one. It's so funny that Comics Waves, the first one that comes to my mind is centimeters per second. Which is just mostly like shorts. and Suzume, which I have not watched Suzume yet, so I have no opinion on that one. Or Weathering with You. I haven't watched anything Comics Waves in a while. The last one I watched was Flavors of Youth and Your Name, Sheener Cat. It's a lot of commercials. It's a lot of commercials and then movies. It's commercials and movies. It's like the studio that does commercials. It's about time for the next feature. It seems like they're about ready for it. The producer got salted in 2019. No, I think I was referencing the name of the show in 2019, which I think it was anyways, I think it was the Strike Witches show. No, it was Salt Lily. It was a Salt Lily. Someone has to make... It's like between a Footable and Comics Waves, they just make commercials like crazy, or like mobile game intro videos and stuff. Yeah, Senior Cat, Your Name is all really good. This studio has got some really visually stunning people working on it. Is this out yet? So this one's their next one coming out. Arigato senpai. What? Onying, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Your Name, Her Name. Salt Lily, Bouquet was so good for me. Yeah. It didn't really work for me, unfortunately. Yeah, they have a certain style to Comics Waves for sure. A lot of it's like post-production types of stuff, or like After Effects. They put a lot of polish on their animation afterwards, which I'm thankful that they don't overdo it like Gohan's. Gohan's I think is trying to do something similar but failing miserably. I almost feel like Gohan's is trying to be Comics Wave but doesn't know what makes Comics Wave what it is, because they put a lot of post-production but they don't do it properly. And do we count Dead Studios? Because I want to say Manglove. Why would you say Manglove? Like, there's nothing good about that studio. There's a reason why it died. Gohan's underrated. I don't care. I want Gohan's to be good because they're very experimental. It's just they suck at not... They don't have anybody to stop themselves from themselves. K was great. I loved K series a lot. But ever since then, they haven't really been able to tone themselves down. I mean, the Masterful Cat was good, even though it had like an entire like half of an episode to establishment shots that weren't even needed. But yeah, for the most part, they don't know when to stop. If you're not that into Trigger, then Gainax wasn't in your favorites either. Well, I don't really have... I have a few in Gainax that I really like. Let's see. Easiest one to pull up is Evangelion. Let's search Evangelion. I mean, in Gainax, I think about the only thing that I care about was like Magical Shopping Arcade, Gunbuster, Evangelion. I mean, there's a lot. Nadia. I think when people think of like Gainax in like comparison to Trigger is like the Gurren Lagann groups and stuff like that, which Gurren Lagann wasn't really big for me. Nor was Penny and Stocking. For me personally, Gainax is mostly like their really older stuff. Like 80s and 90s types of stuff. Nostalgia Studio. Rip. Rip. Rip Gynax. I think Gynax just had good IP. A lot of really good, like, self-created projects. Yeah, I know Studio Colorado. I'm in a culture remember ARMS in their productions. Trigger perfected what Gynax started. Again, I think that's sort of looking at just the big hitters of Trigger. I don't think Trigger's always perfect. And again, that's assuming that you like things like specifically Penny and Stocking and Gurren Lagann. Because I don't think really anything else they've done is really to anything but that style. Like, anything else Gynax did, Trigger isn't really doing. Michiko and Hachin, I'm guessing you're meaning? Michiko and Hachin, Gangsta, Samurai Champloo, World God Only Knows, Ergo Proxy, Samurai Funko, House of the Five Leaves, and more stuff. For which one? Was that one that will be only less studios with trademark styles? I honestly, to answer that, I don't think that there is any less studios with trademark styles than there was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. There's always been like a very select few people with an actual style to them. And now he will ignore me, Manglobe. I don't know what I'm ignoring. I literally just seen your comment and I wasn't really getting the point of it. Yeah, they have... Okay, good. I got you. They had good stuff. I mean, yeah, those are good. I hadn't seen Samurai Flamenco personally, though. But no, I was saying, I don't think that they're... Like, if you go back even, like, 20 years ago or something like that, there's... It's hard to find studios that are, like, specific stylings. Like, Trigger, with a lot of weird Trigger stuff, it's a very much a oddity. Shaft, with their, like, you know, Setsuba Sensei / Monogatari style, it's very director-based. So I think, if anything, you're looking at more of directors than really studios themselves. KyoAni and Ufotable is probably the only ones with, like, a consistent style. And that's because I think they have a lot of in-house people. I love Trigger for doing behind the scenes on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen a couple of them. Really cool. You can't have studios with distinct styles. There are very few studios doing original shows. I think the biggest problem is there's I feel like I would have to, like, go in and look. It feels like anymore these days, there's less and less emphasis on in-house staff. Like, you don't have, like, the olden days where there's, like, this studio where everybody's in the same room together, all drawing panel by panel. A lot of stuff is outsourced to people. Anyway, we done? Yeah, we're wrapping up here in a minute. Take care, Ilno. Thanks for dropping in. Have a good night if you're going to sleep. Yeah, the true the in-house culture is rare. Yeah. I think most of, like, your in-house is probably, like, your key figures. And then, like, most of the animation is being outsourced. The animation itself. And so you can't really... And why that matters, because getting people to be able to keep strictly to a certain, like, art style is very difficult. And it takes a lot of checks and balances. That's like we were talking about here recently with that interview. It's like they're talking about how, like, the cohesion is less with individuals because there's so many people doing a great job in their own right, but they don't come together into a consistent artistic styling. Or at least that's where I was kind of interpreting it. PAWorks relies on in-house too because they have studio in Tohama. Yeah, they actually moved to an area so they can get a lot of staffers out there. True. Can't believe it's been 20 years since we got Black Lagoon. Still in my top 3 of all time. I still need to finish it. I don't remember how far I got into it, but I need to finish it. Anyways, I'm going to call it there, folks. I thank you guys for dropping in. It was a lot of fun talking to y'all, and we managed to actually get through it in one day. Again, next week I'll probably do a best girl, best boy list, but we'll see. But again, like I said, I wanted to get this done so that I can do my top 10 list before summer comes around and wrecks me, because summer is going to be insane. Thank you for stream. Oh, thank you for. It's a weird one. Thank you so much. But yeah, thank you guys so much for dropping in. It was a lot of fun. You never finished Black Lagoon? I didn't finish Black Lagoon. Yes, shame me. Shame me right now. Everybody get your shaming out. Get it out of your system. Shame me before I call the stream. But again, I thank you guys for dropping in. It was a lot of fun. But until next stream, again, thank you to, by the way, to With the Fan Art. Who else? We had a couple of like new subscriptions. I do appreciate the support. It means a lot to me, guys. But yeah, until next stream, y'all take care.